showed y'all. I showed y'all that when you let this platform down, a lot of hidden shit in the Far East. But when you bought it up, the Far East can be wherever the fuck they want to be. I wonder who really got down runs that Far East. Daddy Jap a motherfucker. Daddy Jap a motherfucker. Daddy Jap was he in the east, the west, the south, the northern and southern hemisphere, the ocean, the Indian Ocean, the motherfucking Pacific Ocean, and the west of the east. Man, I be showing y'all real shit, man. And the stronghold on you niggas is religion. I'm just thankful to be able to see this shit, bro. I promise you. But ain't nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. Just shake some niggas out of the way. Nigga done got too old. Same thing I be saying about the rest of these motherfuckers. Once you get too old, too late. There's nothing you can do about this shit. Especially when niggas see it gonna keep on bagging up these religious concepts and thoughts. Even the woke niggas, even these woke niggas, they still get caught up going back and forth about some shit that ain't real. You can't get these niggas to come down off this. They come back down to earth. You can't get these niggas to come back down to earth. Got all this know-how, all this knowledge, and then turn right back around and go right back out into the faith of some gods that was given to them by some Persians. And once the Ashkenazi Jew destroy and take over the desert-ass man that's supposed to be a so-called motherfucking promised land, then what? Once these motherfuckers take over and rule the whole fake-ass global world, everything within this global shit is fake. And they can keep on continuing to run their big Hollywood script, but it's a world script though. And niggas keep participating. Cause somewhere they soul have been shaken and taken over by some spirituality, some spirit shit, some fire water. Oh, this nigga say he African, and this nigga say he Indian, and he say he black, and he say nigga with them niggas. I remember when they first started trying to make a nigga stop saying nigga. I said, that's some whole shit. Who the fuck is we? We ain't them niggas. We them niggas. We them niggas. We them niggas that came on our land and took our shit. Now what? Now what? Man, this shit's so wicked, man. Bitch, nigga, come on, get me. Bitch, nigga, come on, get a chick. Come on, look at this nigga out. Now what? Go on this motherfucker and find this folk. I don't know. Go on, man, find this folk. I want to show this folk before I run this video. That's my nigga Cat right there. Cat told one of them goddamn weapons of mad destruction, boy. They got that. That's what they went crazy on. Tucson. Been had Tucson. I've been seeing this shit, man. Here I am today telling y'all these niggas got fake sons and shit. I was telling y'all niggas this shit then. Now, Now it's public information now. China has their own artificial sun. Japan, Korea, all the Mongolians, the rising sun. They fighting against your God, the sun, man. And there's a black melanated disc inside that sun. Do any of you niggas ever look up at the sun? Y'all see it? They say you'll go blind if you look at. They say. Niggas still be talking about what the fuck they said. And get right on here and promote like they some righteous rebels and shit. Man, go find this Pope, man. Cause I like this Pope. You also gotta find this motherfucking Pope, man. Because I like this Pope, man. On everything. I've been just going through old shit. This Pope right here, Pope. I posted this shit in 2016. Damn, can niggas jig it up? I posted this shit in 2016. They got bad on my shit. Before this. My music speak for itself. Real shit. From what I'm saying, no one is exempt from the accusations of pimping the culture. Real nigga shit. None of you niggas are ready to sacrifice your life just trying to be the best at convincing sheep to risk their life. Huh? Give you by example. Declare war on some. You niggas at war on knowledge with PhDs and talk that shit. With PhDs and talk that shit. That's 2016. It's 2025. I laid it down. I told y'all how I want to go out. Let me go there to Washington, D.C. and get the ears of the folk where they can goddamn Kirk in my head, whatever that nigga name, Kirk, do some shit. Die for something. That nigga Nipsey granddaddy is motherfucking Haile Selassie. See, I be skeptical about come on and saying what be on my heart, man. Cause niggas ain't gonna like it. Cause that nigga ain't had no business denouncing his throne. Y'all like that nigga, he was a god. How the fuck a god denounce his throne? The same way your God gave the heavens up and let violence come into the heavens and niggas warred in heaven, nigga. It was violence in the heavens. The fuck? The violence is they took the power. The almighty power is the sun, nigga, the life, the energy and vibrations, or whatever the fuck you trying to call it, come from that sun. And they done took it and playing with it. Because it's harmful to people that ain't children of the sun. See? That's right. That's right. That's right. This one thing they taught you, the sun. Do, re, mi. Yo, ra, re, mi. Yo, the sun. I'm drop up in the sun. Yo, that's the life. That's the motherfucking light of the world. But you niggas gonna stand tooth and nail, talk all this Aboriginal, all the African, all that shit, and still got the concept of thinking you need to be saved in your heart. That's how much fear you niggas got in you. I don't get no fuck. Haile Selassie ain't had no business letting they up there heckling him and one day it's me today and one day it be you. Gaddafi old Arab ass nigga. But that nigga died for his shit though. Died on the run, he died for his shit though. Goddamn, even Alexander the Great had a a second general in command that led forces after him. And all you little motherfucking Muslim ass niggas, watch this man tuck his tail, and now I see niggas talking about motherships cracking the sky, Scientology, and all this shit. As long as y'all niggas stay religious, my nigga, I been saying it though. And I ain't think it'll be this hard for niggas who see what's going on in this world to motherfucking tighten up. I ain't even had a hashtag called tighten up. I came out through that nigga shit and told y'all everything. I'm the one that was busting that shit all the way to fuck with y'all. Busting their ass up too though. But he was on that bullshit, making up shit, knew too much. I think I know why that boy knew too much now though. But that's neither here or there. I came straight in the gate and told y'all what's going on, then put my thumb on all the evidence in some kind of way niggas got back off the truth and back onto the script. When nigga done pointed out that it's a script. And shit, weirdo shit. Hold up, let me go back up in that motherfucker. Let me go back up in that motherfucker. Calm down some more. Calm down some more. Calm down some more. Go right. Go right. I'm showing y'all. There go the 9 straight right there. Right in the bullseye. The 9 straight that nigga keep showing y'all. The 9 straight nigga keep showing y'all. You can't tell me that I'm so country that motherfuckers don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. These people say, goddamn, that this is a myth. What they hide. Man, once you know you being lied to, man, you don't supposed to fall for the same entity, the same motherfucker. Man, hell no, you the same nigga lied to me before. How they gonna say this motherfucking straight don't exist? And look where it's located at. Look, well, that's Alaska right there. I need to take another screenshot for y'all to recognize. Y'all don't see the look on this Alaska right there. This is how they come over into this bitch. And I told y'all that's motherfucking Italy and Tuscany round that motherfucker. Yeah, I tell y'all, goddamn, put my thumb on. And you mean to tell me, motherfucker, if this motherfucking loose goose in their motherfucking head? See, it ain't the motherfucking message. It's the messenger. I'm used to this shit in the real streets. This shit going on YouTube now, man. I'm used to this shit in the real streets. But just recognize a real nigga and a real boss when you see one. That's all I ask niggas to do. Cause I don't, man, niggas know what time it is. These niggas ain't coming around a nigga like me for a reason, bro. Cause they know all the truth when they was fucking with me. I ain't been in them breaking the phone all the truth for now, nigga. Not now. I'm showing you that these people got something to hide. If they gonna tell you it's the Barren Strait instead of a 9 Strait, but it's the same motherfucking cut, the same fucking strait of water that they saying that how they came into the Mexico. This over here, the North America, do you think of North America? This ain't, we ain't no fucking, ain't no America, nigga. This the West, nigga. It's the West. What the fuck Antarctica on him? And then they divert you into this little spot right here, raising up into the sky and being a ball. And then start calling this the North Pole. But the Arctic sitting over here. This where the Arctic and the ice at over here. And I'm showing you the goddamn compass. Look at the motherfucking compass. Look at the motherfucking compass, man. Go stroll right on up. This old shit. This old shit. That is Baha'i faith. I told y'all. The last faith. All religions will be accepted up under this global concept with that fake ass compass. Give a fuck about that shit. That shit was written by them folks. The crowd was taken. The crowd was taken. Look at these compasses. The same motherfucking line I'm showing you from the east to the fucking west. The same X I showed y'all niggas that when you goddamn take that motherfucking north and throw it in that left hand corner. And they gonna put that east where it supposed to be, where northeast is. And they gonna put that south over here where it's supposed to be at, cause that's Africa. And they gonna put that west right down here, the same direction that Christopher Colombo, October the 13th, came. He headed west. Nigga, this west down here. Ain't no north going straight up in the sky. And then when they tilt the motherfucker, they tilt the bitch the wrong way. They tilt north over towards the east and tell you there's a North Pole that way. Then there's a North Pole supposed to be in the center. The original compass supposed to point towards the motherfucking, the center of the earth magnetism, this motherfucking rock. All these distractions. Pat and Jill, but a nigga ain't dug in the earth for them. I'm getting you real shit. For the free ski. I can't ask for a tater chip and cigarette around this hoe. That was a problem. These niggas that made millions off this hoe and worried about me. Why? I'm trying to show y'all some real shit. That's why. That's why. And that's all I do is show y'all real shit. The same compass. Now go back down this bitch. Go back down this bitch. Don't do that. Go back down this bitch. Same. Look at that. What Antarctica on this bitch? There the olive branches is. NATO, the United Nations, they put all that flat earth red right there. That's top view. That's everything. That's South America. That's all the continents. Canada is America. That's the Brit. That's the North. They the ones come out the North. But what? Same question. Man, what them lands is right there, man. So while niggas around trying to make niggas check in, niggas need to try to make them hoes check in. Who the fuck is y'all out here up under all this ice with all these little islands and shit that supposed to be so-called in the Pacific? And then y'all see them bitches way around here by California once you bend them hoes because you're trying to compensate for water that ain't there. Nigga, the North Atlantic will be straight through. There's a 9 straight. But they'll tell you, goddamn, what that shit said? That shit said, motherfucking, the Arctic or the North Atlantic. See this little part over here, these little motherfuckers right over here. These little motherfuckers right over here. Once you let them hold, once they allow them hold, cause these daddy over here. Once they allow them bitch ass niggas who know that they daddy, like Alexander Crowder where they need to ball this bitch up, they can relocate, they can be anywhere they want to be, in the West, in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, in the Arctic, in the Southern Hemisphere, the Northern Hemisphere. Ain't no Southern and Northern Hemisphere. Ain't nobody traveling up and down. North is not straight up in the air. And when they sonically tilt that bitch, they twist that bitch over to the east. And then got you so confused because you know the North Pole to be over here on this side, but ain't nothing out there for north. The far north they can go is right here around this center, right here by Alaska and all this shit. That's why they lift that bitch up. All them same areas gonna be Norway, Greenland. That's Greenland right there. Next to them little islands right there. Them British islands. Shut the fuck up. I ain't gonna give it all to you. Y'all gotta goddamn study this shit, man. These folks showing this shit to you, and then that's how That's how crazy it is. Niggas so beat up and dumbed down to when they hit me out. Niggas so beat up and dumbed down they supposed to play with you like they want. Y'all them dumbest play with y'all, man. The North is the dumbest species on the motherfucking earth, man. And them the motherfuckers we listen to. That's why they ain't studying no nigga. That's why they ain't studying no nigga. These the hoes that need to check in right here. Cause them the motherfuckers who run that shit. And there's a whole lot of little islands over there. And boy, I swear, that motherfucker used to wake up. That nigga used to go to sleep in Hawaii and wake up in Japan. Bitch, how the fuck you get to Japan so fast, oh ass nigga? I used to ask some shit like that. Cause I be on this shit, man. I ain't just, man, that post I just showed, that shit 2016, man. That little girl came on that bitch, my she had a goddamn secret kid, that's how old that is. And put my thumbprint all over that shit. And bust that screw up all the way up. Them niggas behind a JFK like a motherfucker. Them niggas behind a JFK like a motherfucker. Who stopped that? That was me. Who named the YouTube streets the YouTube street? That was me. Swagged out on their ass. Where this shit at? Where I got this shit at? I got this shit in somewhere. Where this shit at? Look at this shit right here. Look what I'm showing these hoes got. They even turning the ice into motherfucking. Man, they using some kind of. But how the fuck they turning this goddamn ice into jury ice, man? Look at this shit I'm showing y'all, man. But this Japan now. This China. This the Arctic over here. They been playing up under, and they live around this motherfucker. And these motherfuckers trying to tell you about a motherfucking Anu. Or fucking Anu. What the fuck I got that motherfucker shit? They're one of them right there. JFK. Them niggas out in JFK. And Teresa Martin them did the best they could to make that shit be a 9/11 script, and I bust that bitch up. I'm the one came and told me that shit happened one day, bro. That was me. And then they try to show her running up out. That's a man, motherfucker. Then she running out. Everything started being 36. All that. I said, man, I said, I can write a script better than this. I can write a script better than this. I told him, I said, man, I can write a script better than this shit. Cause I said, look, all you gotta do is check the times and just look at what everybody doing. Everybody, it's places, everyone. 4:34, goddamn, Irene hitting that door. I ain't finna go to all that shit. I ain't finna go to, I'm trying to show y'all this with this Arctic at. Damn, son. Look at this shit. The Far East, it said that, it say Far East. That's the Far East right there. So how the Far East gonna be in the West Pacific? Huh? Cause y'all got imaginary water in y'all head. Even the flat earthers won't lay this bitch down and let this chessboard down and explain this shit the way it's supposed to be explained, man. Them folks out there playing, and they running the world, bro. And they done play with this nuclear script shit. They ran the same thing on Saddam Hussein. But I'm gonna go in there Farrakhan and talk for a while, man. Cause I gotta have my strength up. I was showing y'all this shit. I just grabbed a little bit of it. All on goddamn Ellen DeGeneres shaking a thing in front of you niggas. Where it come from? That's ancient shit right there. Where it come from? That ancient shit. I see clean through the script, my nigga. And then I bust up Anita Blanchard when they would holler about this nigga. Where that goddamn shit at? Where that goddamn shit at? When they were hollering about that nigga, Carl Nesbitt, I went and got a nigga brother and broke that shit down and showed him who Obama's friend was. I said, them bitch, and Anita Blanchard, that's who cheered them here. I don't want to try to get into that right there. I want to show y'all put it on, man, for real. Like, what I be saying don't never change. I be saying the same shit. And I be able to go ahead and put my thumb dead on it. Look at this little motherfucking deal, man. This shit's so simple to bust up, and niggas ain't even talking about this motherfucker no more. They ain't let them change the whole goddamn shit back to supporting, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I ain't talking about no real shit. But they'll be hollering about Illuminati. They'll be hollering about ritual, and then go right back to the dumb shit. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this goddamn. Look at all this shit. Look at all this ice. This Japan, look at all this ice. Where the Arctic at? So they just showed you this far east. How is this the Pacific Ocean over here? How is the Pacific Ocean over here? Because it's where the fuck they want to be, depending on how a nigga attack their ass. This the continent of Asia. How the fuck is this the Pacific Ocean over here? And way over there goddamn by California. Show you one side, then show you the other side, then show you the other side. But like I told you, that's the Arctic right there. That shit's that far east right there. And then even on that shit, you see Alaska. They try to make it sit way out there. So how the fuck? It's supposed to be wrapped around this ball. But ain't no boat gonna get sideways and ride around no ball. So, I'm saying, why it's so hard for these niggas to lay this bitch down and cut the sections? They want to talk about the end of the earth and all. Man, fuck that. When you got down cross, when you have an intersection, it makes sections, nigga. It's an intersection. It's an intersection, nigga. So when you cross two lines, horizontal, and vertically, you make four sections, nigga. And they showing you a top view. And they done goddamn computer CGI'd a goddamn ball in your motherfucking head and stamp this shit on you niggas with a guard on top of it. And you niggas can't shake this shit. But y'all gods though. But you don't let these hoes take your motherfucking God from you nigga and got you goddamn biblically fucked up. Cause niggas still hiding about God promised them niggas something. What the fuck God promised a nigga something? What linguistic God used? If he used a linguistic, it was goddamn hammering. Cause that was the fuck they was speaking when goddamn he called Abram and told Abram, a Chaldean, that he was gonna give him all this shit. This promises, all this promise land, all this little bitch ass shit. Then he come them niggas come feed off the same goddamn story, Islam. How does Elijah goddamn let them hoes make him step the fuck down? How the fuck he become the emperor of Ethiopia in the fucking first place? A fucking Arab, a European, a Persian, all them diverse DNAs. Now the distinctive phenotype is not a phenotype anymore. And y'all niggas still letting this shit go down. Boy, that shit so motherfucking crazy to me, man. That shit so motherfucking crazy to me, man. I ain't bullshit. This shit so motherfucking crazy to me, man. I'm talking about the same shit. Same little diagonal line. What make a couple? What the fuck they got to make that motherfucker? I think that bitch pointed at that goddamn goal or something. What the fuck they got out there to make that motherfucker point? To what they say is the north. Cause they say that's the North Pole that way. But north sit over here to the left. What make that motherfucker shut the fuck up, my nigga? Just let them have it. Cause niggas ain't gonna think. They got the same shit, look. I posted the same. I even started making, then I found that logo. That's the CIA logo, nigga. I started using that logo on before I left myself. I started using this logo. Maybe somebody will catch on. Cause UNC use the same logo. He gonna use a line. He gonna use some kind of line. Why the fuck UNC start using this shit for a logo? I started using this directional cross for a logo because there's a CIA logo and they got that ego on that bitch and that motherfucker telling you something. When I started studying that motherfucking 1587 map, man, they had a name for every direction the motherfucking wind blow. I said, this some deep shit right here, my nigga. And I'm gonna figure this shit out. I got that nigga Trump on this motherfucker. I got Trump on this bitch somewhere. When that bitch was discussing that, I think I showed it to y'all when he was talking about the structure of those buildings and shit. When he came and became the 9/11 dictator. I got his conversation. And when he threw the blame on the Muslims, on the Palestinians. I got that shit in somewhere. But when I get time, I'm gonna go through every last one of these motherfucking screens. I ain't bullshitting. I'm gonna go through every last one of even the ones when I'm talking, I'm gonna go through all these bitches. As soon as I get time, I'm gonna go through all these hoes. And I'm gonna break down everything I always say. Cause the truth don't, I'm gonna always say the same shit. Cause that's what the truth do. The truth gonna say the same shit. When you catch a nigga saying some different shit, that mean that nigga lying. Man, that ain't what you said yesterday, my nigga. That ain't what you said yesterday, dog. You said some other shit yesterday, my nigga. Let me go in this motherfucker and let these folks do this talk. Because I want to hit it. Why didn't
you told the president, you said be prepared.
Fair use and all that other shit. I ain't monetized, so leave me the fuck alone.
And your advice to Obama was to remember the words you're making to other nations.
Well, today, our dear brother, has to be very, very careful in this decision that he and his Secretary of State and Sarkozy and Prime Minister Cameron.
Nigga, Obama ain't made no goddamn decision. It was a motherfucker name. It was an Iranian motherfucker that was up there dressed up, looking like the bitch name was Valerie Jarrett. Valerie Jarrett made all the decisions, man. Alright, shut the fuck up. Let's go.
And others are planning. They would love to go into Libya and kill Brother Gaddafi and kill his children, as they did with Saddam Hussein and his sons Qusay and Uday. You must remember, dear people of America, that whenever government wants you to think and act in a certain way that would bring justification to an action that they are already planning to make, they must make the person that they hate a boogeyman. Now, nobody wants civil war. It is the bloodiest of all kinds of wars because you're fighting your own brothers. You're fighting the people.
Damn. So what's going on in Palestine, in Israel, that's civil war, huh? That's civil war. And all you religious ass motherfuckers who get mad at cause he go back further than y'all and retrace. I told you when I started looking for the truth, I said I'm gonna find every nigga with an ink pen. Take the ink pen, turn that bitch around, and stick him dead where his pioneer the man should be at. Right in the middle of his forehead. If I don't do it nothing but mentally, that's what I do. Who doing it right? I'm going to find every author. God said what? God, it was reading God said, God ain't say shit. First thing I want to do is find the author so I can catch his ass and put that ink pen dead in his forehead. And that's what I do. So, civil war is what's going on in that so-called promised land that all you niggas attached to by Judaism, Christianity, Jehovah, with all that shit latch on from the first motherfucking lie these people done put out. And we done found the big J, Japan. We done found the big J, y'all. And these motors still won't tighten up. Share this video, y'all. Share this shit, man. Put this shit everywhere. Y'all share this shit. Cause I'm gonna talk my
people
shit.
of your own language and culture and history. So in every nation, brothers and sisters, there is dissatisfaction to make. They must make the person that they hate a boogeyman. Now nobody wants civil war. It is the bloodiest of all kinds of wars because you're fighting your own brothers. You're fighting the people of your own language and culture and history.
Why you ain't tell them folks what the fuck they was standing in front of when you had them up there in D.C., that Million Man March? Y'all was standing right in front of Osiris Dick and you didn't say nothing to all them niggas. You was in front of the monument. Yeah, Civil War, that was going on right now. About some lies that were written, about some allegorical lies. Y'all niggas living allegorical lies and won't let your soul wake up. Cause y'all know we the result of being prisoners of motherfucking war. That's the result of it. That's why I can wake up every morning. I'm finna go to this plantation. Cause that was going on. The banking system. The bank got a system, my nigga. What kind of system you need to count money, man? Interest and all this whole other shit. They got a system. These niggas ain't had enough money in a long time to cover the money they print, man. It's a game. It's monopoly. Y'all think it's a goddamn joke. Listen to this nigga.
So in every nation, brothers and sisters, there is dissatisfaction. And what the CIA does is go in.
That's who logo that is. That's who logo that is. What the fuck NATO and all that shit? Who funded out the world's first international banking system was the Knights Templar, who funded the Christian Crusaders. And then trickled down through the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. The nigga talking about he know when them buildings was gonna come down. All yeah, the 9 of them dictator Donald Trump for real. Not been watching this nigga, man. How you nigga let a nigga come up in your house and say, your wife, my wife now. Your car, my car, go out there and watch that car, nigga. Your wife should ain't want your bitch ass anyway, nigga. What the fuck it is for a nigga to die for these days besides the dumb shit nigga die for? A nigga don't stand on shit. Bitch, you got to kill me by mine, my nigga. Bitch, you got to kill me by mine, my nigga. I'm not finna denounce my shit. You want to do me just like you did Gaddafi. You got to drag me out in front of the world, bitch, and let them know I'm dying for mine. You a fuck out nipple like Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie went out like a bitch. Nigga denounce his throne, nigga. The fuck is y'all on, man?
To a country and move among the people that are dissatisfied to stimulate a revolt against a leader that they don't like because they want regime change. I want to be specific. When George W. Bush was president, he said they wanted regime change.
That nigga said, goddamn, a new world order, and it will happen, and it's gonna be. The New World Order was what was the old world? You know what the old world was? Cause we feed all you niggas. The order of the world was coming from the West, nigga. Cause we fed all you niggas, and you niggas owe me for my motherfucking dope. Let me go. Let's go.
In Iran, in Korea, regime.
Why this nigga won't say Iraq? Why this nigga won't say Iraq? Iran. Why you won't say Iraq? They went and took Iraq, my nigga, on false pretenses about some motherfucking weapons of mass destruction, which is what? Nuclear. Same script, same shit. And went over there and got them poppy seeds. And all these motherfucking fake ass dopes y'all making these laboratories and diseases that y'all making, put patents on before y'all even put them out. Why you won't say Iraq, my nigga?
Change. How do you get regime change? Honest America? How do you do that? Congress, the Congress of the United States, voted to spend $150 million to replace the government in Iran that America doesn't like. So they send their agents in to work among the, the dissatisfied.
Won't say Iraq, my nigga.
So when they had this election,
the world's largest U.S. embassy is in Iraq. Why y'all don't say Iraq no more? Yeah, it's some kind of Masonic order with you niggas.
And the people in Iran rose up. They have legitimate grievances, all right, but stimulated from the outside. So President Obama didn't want to put his foot into that cage lest somebody say America inspired it, because it was America's policy to destabilize that government. Well, what about Libya? See, how much money is being spent to arm the so-called rebels? They're dissatisfied. Well, what is their dissatisfaction?
So-called rebels. So-called rebels. I guess that's what they call the Palestinians over there, rebels, because they got to get strong on. But at one point in time, the story gonna have to take place. These niggas gonna go faking the return of Christ. And I just showed y'all Christ's return with that Draco constellation. The dragon. Pierce that dragon. The seven celestials line up. That's the crux of Christ in the sky. Orion's belt, Osaka. All this shit been broken down, man. Y'all don't let this shit go another 7,000 years without waking your children up, man. What the fuck going on?
Faction about. Do they have jobs? Yes. Do they have food? Yes. Has Gaddafi used the oil money to build Libya? Yes. Did Gaddafi use oil money and discover water under the Sahara Desert and brought that water to the surface and brought water from Benghazi all the way to the border?
I want to find that first motherfucking video when you was going in on Obama hard time. Telling that nigga it's gonna be consequences and repercussions. That's the video I really want to go find, but I ain't got time tonight. I'm gonna let you ride tonight. Come on, let's go.
Almost of Tunisia? Did he impose farming in the desert so that they could feed their own people? Yes. Are there billions of dollars that he's spending building homes, building apartments for his people? Yes. So something
sounds just like Nip. Nip wanted to use that goddamn shit to goddamn house his folks. But it's a goddamn something all up under that motherfucker. It's a grid though. I had to get Nip out of the way. See, the playing field getting smaller and smaller. Running out of you little motherfucking fake niggas. Drill niggas buried around this hole. They too busy arguing about who know what the identity is and all that shit. Nigga, we know who the fuck. If I call myself an Indian and I look like you, nigga, whatever my people is, that's what I am. That's how goddamn cat it roll, nigga. Cause somewhere along the line, some confusion been right there. So now, if I think Christopher Columbus seen me and he thought he was an Indian, so he named me an Indian. Okay, so I'm the real Indian. So we ain't the real shit, but who the fuck we are? Why we want them motherfucking Iranians over there, them motherfucking Palestinians and Israelis that look at each other? Why we can't look at each other and recognize motherfucker? You know what the fuck I mean, bitch. If I say I'm an Indian bitch ass nigga, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, hoe ass nigga. I'm you and you me, bitch ass nigga. I'm you and you me, bitch. Yo, we got a motherfucking identity crisis, fuck nigga. It's called an identity crisis, bitch ass nigga. But y'all want to go back and forth about what the fuck the label is, bitch, me and you, ho. That what the fuck it is, bitch ass niggas. Identity crisis, fuck nigga.
Is under this. And so when America, England, France, three imperialist powers want to destabilize that country, is it that you so concerned? Now listen to this hypocrisy, American people.
That kiki ha ass shit. And he say he this and he say he that and he said he that. We gotta put the mirror up, bitch ass nigga. I'm you and you me. Now what? All that back and forth shit about some motherfucking niggas. Don't none of us know who the fuck we is, but we know who the fuck we is. Put a name on it, motherfucker. Then you turn right around to my America. Bitch. The fuck? Aramaica. I put a name on it. Melanation, nigga. 3GD. Yeah, that's the name. Melanation. And I know it's godly because it's the highest commodity on the market. It done reached way up there now. For life, nigga.
Is it that you're so concerned over the blood that is being shed in Libya when you look the other way when the Israeli Defense Force was bombing the innocent?
These Muslims. Ain't the goddamn, ain't Libya, I just showed y'all that's the old Ottoman Empire. Who was some shit? North Africa, the Northwest tip. Everybody lying on them niggas about goddamn cahooting with them Europeans and coming down from Spain to come where? West. I let them tell the story, but I deciphered them or they came west. They always talking about the Western world. That will be me. That will be I, the God of the West, because these niggas ain't talking about shit.
The people of Gaza, unarmed men, women, and children, but our government looked the other way. You looked the other way when the Israeli Defense Force went into Lebanon thinking that they were going to have an easy victory. Then you had to come out with your tail between your legs. Don't tell me and wise black people or white people that you're interested in black suffering. Where were you in Rwanda? Where are you in the Congo? Why did you go to Darfur? Because oil is there.
Now listen.
Something is under this. And so when America, England, France, three imperialist powers want to destabilize that country, is it that you so concerned? Now listen to this hypocrisy, American people. Is it that you're so concerned over the blood that is being shed in Libya when you look the other way when the Israeli Defense Force was bombing the innocent people of Gaza, unarmed men, women, and children, but our government looked the other way? You looked the other way when the Israeli Defense Force went into Lebanon thinking that they were going to have an easy victory? Then you had to come out with your tail between your legs. Don't tell me and wise black people or white people that you're interested in black suffering. Where were you in Rwanda?
Where were you, my nigga? Is it hypocrisy that you said you was gonna stand with Muammar Gaddafi? Is that hypocrisy? Where are you, nigga? Million Man Margin don't talk about it. Come on, man. You warned Obama. Where were you? Who tail was tucked after they killed Gaddafi? After you talked all that shit. Where your tanks and shit at, nigga? You been had these niggas around here hollering about the FOI for years over here. And these were your masters, nigga. These was your masters, nigga. This nigga that was fun to you, dog. Where your tanks at? And if you do get one, you gotta goddamn get a gate built around it and ask the U.S. military, can you go crank it up, nigga? So many lost souls. You old enough to come out and tell a nigga to denounce. You old enough to come out and denounce your throne. You tuck your tail, nigga. Tomorrow another nigga tucking their tail. What the fuck you did? They killed Gaddafi. Why you ain't over there giving them Palestinians guardianship? Because the Palestinians up under what? Islam. You said you was gonna honor your brother Muammar Gaddafi, but you took your tail. Because you ain't got a leg to stand on. You a scripper nigga. Just like Obama. Oh, y'all shot down there, nigga. Shot Larry Hoover, nigga. But on Boxtail. The truth, nigga. All that march around like goddamn public enemy and shit. Like y'all got a motherfucking army, nigga. Who y'all gonna arm forces with? Who you gonna arm force with? So now you Scientology. Ron L. Hubbard pushing that goddamn Tom Cruise and Will Smith gay ass shit. All kind of dumb shit. What happened to you, my nigga? You won't even come out. You ain't came out and address the world yet, nigga. And let them know that it's over. It's over with for Islam. That's the best thing a nigga had smoking. Cause it's been over with for us niggas. Cause niggas like you keep pushing that religious shit upon the masses of people, nigga. Instead of waking their souls up. So they can rise up. Act this shit. Where you at, Mr. Farrakhan? To my nigga tucking these motherfucking tail, nigga.
Where are you in the Congo? Why did you go to Darfur? Because oil is there. No. You don't want to save the Libyan people. That's your noble motive to hide your wicked agenda. Now, I want to warn you.
Ishmael. Just like they said John the Baptist, the father of the masonry. Ishmael. Hagar. Your Quran connect to that Bible. And so I believe you Masonic. See, all the stories got to connect. That's why I ain't worried about a motherfucking thing. Long as they goddamn make you niggas latch on to that story some kind of way. Instead of bypassing all that shit and looking up in that sky at that sun every day, the light of the world, and knowing ain't nothing that can come between you and that sun, not even after death. Cause you got melanated energy, nigga. And not only the sun, guess what else? See, I remember I was in school with Mr. Farrakhan. And I had a teacher named Mr. C. And these niggas so smart, they know when the sun got in the sky, they know everything it is to motherfucking know. They even know how much the weight that dog matter holds. They say a thimbleful, like a little sewing, a thimbleful of dog matter weighs so many tons and tons and all this shit. But the motherfucker can never ever tell me what the fuck dog matter was, nigga. And it's just in my soul to know it got something to do with melanin. Everything come up out of the darkness, my nigga. It's a melanated universe with a melanated sun in the sky. And we children of the sun because we the melanated people. And it's melanation 3GD for motherfucking life. And these hoes on our side of the earth. And y'all niggas won't even lay the platform down and let them know they done crossed the Mason-Dixon. They done crossed the beast line with bullshit. Take that J back over there. And see, the same characters in their book is in your book. But you ain't got no book no more. Cause you with Madame Blavatsky and Ron L. Hubbard and Aleister Crowley. See, all you niggas worshiping these white folk, these Persians, the babies, the Asian persuasion. See, the West, see how you pronounce OS, the order of the East, the West, OS, but the East is Orient. That's how you say East, Orient. Because the original Asian, you know, sir, the original Asian is an Oriental. And you want your motherfucking DNA to be so diverse with your slick head ass. So you don't want to come out and tell the truth to a whole lot of people you done misguided, nigga. So who tell talk? Niggas ain't got shit to play with this old shit like this right here. Where you at? Come address this shit. They killed Gaddafi. They killed Gaddafi, nigga. Man, that shit dead. That shit dead. The FOI, the Fruit of Islam, supposed to be in a military type structure where your soldiers at. You're supposed to win and linked up with your motherfucking soldiers and been some kind of voice. But you know. Yeah, you know.
In the name of Allah, that this is more complex than what you think. Go into Libya if you want to. The Libyans do not want foreign occupation on their land. And when you make that kind of move, if you're not careful, you'll unite the Libyan people against you. And again, Gaddafi wasn't sitting in any tent twiddling his thumbs over these last 10 years. This man has been...
But Mohammed was sitting in a cave twiddling his thumbs. Man, y'all niggas funny as hell. I don't even want to listen no more. I don't want to listen no more. I'm gonna go to the other video. I don't even want to listen no more. Cause nigga, you got X killed and you got motherfucking Kelly killed, nigga. And you was on script, nigga. I don't want to listen no more. Niggas can't see through this shit. So I don't want to listen no more. I don't listen, you know, I listen to you tomorrow sometime when I feel it. I don't listen to you no more. I don't go listen to this shit, huh? Fair use, we using this video for educational purposes. I'm not monetized, so please stop fucking with a G like me. And Trump, I'm gonna let you bust down what you said about this shit too, nigga. Yeah, I went over somewhere the other day. The 9/11 dictator. The reason I bust that Kanika shit up real smooth, cause I've been watching this shit. I no more than spring chicken of this shit, man. Saying something to you Christian ass nigga. Cause y'all shit latched on to Judaism too. That's why they let the dumb ass beasts run over there and molest them boys, cut the dicks off, and little motherfucker and suck on them and make up the Jesus, the light, and the Noah story, and let him think that he the father of all humanity with his recessive gene ass. Ain't no way in the hell you the father, no motherfucking Japanese, no motherfucking goddamn Mongolian, no motherfucking Persian, I no motherfucking goddamn nigga. Ain't no way you done birth all the other races of the world, Mr. Northwest, Mr. Noah. Yeah, take that J the fuck back over there. Charity, where you at? You may see you hold that corner down and throw that K up at the head. So we about killing shit. Not physically, knowledge. We're gonna kill that shit. Take that J back over there. Back over there in Canada. Not up there, but back over there. Yeah, over there in that north. Where my people sitting up in the belly of the dinosaur. Cause they made the dinosaur off the dragon trying to be like Papa. I hope y'all can see it, man. The last 2 weeks I've been breaking shit down for y'all, man. Take that J back over there. Ain't no fucking way Noah then birth the rest of it. And they know it's bullshit. Cause they latched on to Judaism. And that's why the Pope don't know who the fuck he is. He got the goddamn Pharaoh shit on. He got the yarmulke on. He got everything on. The most recessive, now they ain't recessive. Man, if they come out that motherfucking little sanctuary they got off in that bitch, them all will become extinct. But they ain't recessive no more. And we listening to the dumbest motherfuckers about all the religion. We listen to the dumbest ones. Lord God and crap. We listen to the dumb. They done landed on the moon first. Don't you know them folks with the land on the moon, they goddamn self? If they the leaders of technology and they got the Vermont, they got Tesla and all that shit, you think they gonna let these dumbass motherfucking Neanderthals go to the moon for them, man? Y'all gotta think, man. You think they gonna let this dumbass Neanderthal, this dumbass NASA nigga get to a moon before them? Nah, they gonna let him take the flag, but he must goddamn participate in it. Just like that Jurassic Park shit. I told y'all the Lost Ark. I used to watch the Land of the Light. I used to watch this shit when I was little, man. All this technology coming from Papa. And it started with Hinduism. And they wrote all this shit, and then they little babies came up with the, I told them to show y'all all the sanctuaries where they wrote all this shit at. Up in them mountains of Asia, up in that motherfucker. What is all them other lands and shit over there? J. Prince Jr. Why you got niggas checking in? We need them motherfuckers over there in that far east to check the fuck in, boss. Cause we want to know what all them lands and shit is over there. Cause they had me thinking Central Intelligence is gonna be right here in the center around this little, all that shit through our bitch house in far east. And I don't think it's just Mongolians. I think there's a lot of you motherfuckers out there. Let me get up out of there and run this thing. All that religious shit, bullshit. I got another post I want y'all to see. I'm gonna show it to y'all tomorrow. Go within. So it's something I read that bitch today. Everything's inside you, man. Everything you need inside you. And talk to you about it yourself. Y'all niggas crazy, bro. These folks ain't talking about nothing. How many lies you gotta watch this video in? I'm going to sleep on this one. I gotta be there, it's 11, it's Kaka time. I gotta be there at 6:10 tomorrow. I ran 15 today, 15 hours in this global economy. I gotta get it ahead like my nigga Charlotte Low. And see how you in there but a little motherfucking, goddamn motherfucking crime stop ass nigga. Shut your motherfucking ass up. I just gave Lil Bo Peep. It's somebody I gave that video to. I said, oh, y'all keep this shit on kids here, cause I know they want that motherfucker. The one with I might run that one at night if I don't fall asleep. The one with they caught these motherfuckers on the bridge with them Israeli IDs. That's the conversation I got Trump talking about the structure of these buildings and shit. And how they couldn't remember this shit. Play my bad, y'all.
Jihad began with the of all Muslims.
May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
It's been said that all truth passes through three stages. The first stage being denial, the second stage being violent opposition, and the third stage being widespread acceptance as common knowledge. Well, as you view this documentary, keep in mind that people watching will probably fall into one of those three categories. One group of people will absolutely deny that what they're seeing could possibly be true. The second group of people will be violently opposed to this kind of information being released, and they'll do everything that they can to discredit the messenger rather than pay attention to the message. And yet there will probably be a third group of people that will sit back in their easy chair and say, I'm not surprised, I knew it all along. With this in mind, let's begin by playing a little word association. I'll say a word, and you think of the first word that comes to mind. Conspiracy theory is what most people think of. We've all been conditioned to associate the word theory with the word conspiracy, because after all, no conspiracies could possibly be true. They're all just theories, aren't they? Well, in the phrase conspiracy theory, there are two words. The first word, conspiracy. The second word is the active word, theory. By definition, a theory is a supposition, an idea, a concept, a hypothesis. Let me give you an example. In theory, if I purchase a raffle ticket, I could win a prize. Now, as long as I don't purchase a raffle ticket, my win is theoretical. But once you purchase a raffle ticket, the win is no longer a theory. It becomes a possibility. And the more raffle tickets you purchase, the more possible and eventually probable the win becomes. Such is the case with a conspiracy theory. As long as there is no evidence, it is a conspiracy theory. But once you have a piece of evidence, no matter how flimsy or circumstantial it may be, it becomes a possibility. And the more evidence that is gathered, the more possible and eventually probable the conspiracy is. You'll be looking at evidence in this documentary, and it will be up to you to decide if this is a conspiracy theory or indeed a conspiracy.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
On September 11th, 2001, 4 events occurred within an hour and 15 minutes of one another. The first event occurred at 8:45 Eastern Standard Time when American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. And then 18 minutes later, at 9:03 Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 175 slammed into the South Tower of the World Trade Center. And then at 9:43, it was reported that American Airlines Flight 77 had hit the Pentagon. And then finally, at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, United Airlines Flight 93 crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Now, unless this is one incredible coincidence, is it not safe to assume that all 4 of these events are inescapably married to one another? And is it not also safe to assume that if you find one person involved or a party involved with one of these events, they're probably involved in all of them? Well, following this train of thought, since there was no credible claim of responsibility, is it not safe to assume that those involved or those parties involved or agencies or groups that were involved in the events of 9/11 would do anything that they can to obfuscate, distract, or distort or cover up any information that might lead to their discovery? And if that's true, is it not also safe to assume that if you find somebody, a group, an agency, a party that is involved in the obfuscation, distraction, distortion, or cover-up of any information involved in any of the events of 9/11, does it not indicate possible involvement and even guilt in the events of 9/11? Keep this in mind as we look at the video evidence of September 11th.
It was like a cruise missile with wings, went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon. Huge explosion, a great ball of fire, and smoke started billowing out.
Shortly after September 11th, as what usually happens, many conspiracy theories began to emerge as to what really happened on September 11th of 2001. And because many of these theories were not grounded with any evidence, we didn't really pay too much attention to them. However, in February of 2002, my attention was drawn to the following website, entitled Hunt the Boeing, Test Your Perceptions. Now, the original website was completely in French and was released by the French and drew some very serious questions as to what had really happened at the Pentagon. I mean, after all, we had all seen the big hole that was created by the 757 that had slammed into the Pentagon at 9:43 on September 11th. But some of the photographs that were shown on this website raised very serious questions as to whether or not that's exactly what had happened. Some of these photographs showed a smaller hole. And in some cases, showed that there was no way that a 757 could have created this damage. So we began our own investigation, and that started by taking a look at some of the magazines that we all saw at the supermarket checkout stands shortly after the events of September 11th. As I began pouring through the photographs, I had one goal in mind, and that was to prove the French wrong with their website, Hunt the Boeing. After all, there must have been some photographic evidence that showed that a 757 had hit the Pentagon.
That's how I got fucked up. Trying to prove some shit wrong. Trying to get on the battlefield for my Jesus. That's I'm prove this shit wrong. And that's how I got fucked up into all this motherfucking shit. Now I'm stuck.
But as we went through all these photographs, we could find no pictures whatsoever showing a tail, a nose, a fuselage, wings, engine, wheels, luggage, seats, nothing. There were no photographs showing any recognizable wreckage from a 757. Furthermore, when you look at the size of the hole at the Pentagon, it was approximately 65 feet across, and the height of the Pentagon is approximately 73 feet. From wingtip to wingtip, a 757 is 124 feet 10 inches. From nose to tail, a 757 is 155 feet and 3 inches in length, and the height is 44 feet and 6 inches. However, when you look at the hole at the Pentagon, you'll find that it's only approximately 65 feet across. How does a plane of those dimensions fit into a hole only 65 feet across? Upon further inspection, we found that the damage at the Pentagon was completely and totally inconsistent with the damage of the planes that had hit the World Trade Center. I mean, after all, the planes that hit the Trade Center created a fire so intense that it fatigued the steel and collapsed the buildings, or so that's what we were told. And yet, when you look at the left side of the Pentagon, you'll note that there is very little, if any, smoke damage or heat damage at all. On the third floor, it's very plain to see a file cabinet with a computer monitor. Neither of them are damaged. On the second floor, you can see a wooden desk. It hasn't burned. And on the first floor, a very curious sight indeed, a wooden stool with a book that is laying and open. The pages aren't even singed. Now, each of the planes involved in the September 11th attacks had embarked upon transcontinental flights, which means that they had a majority of their fuel left over when they hit their respective targets. That means that approximately 8,600 remaining gallons of fuel would have been ignited on the 757 that had hit the Pentagon. Again, we look at the photograph and ask ourselves, is the smoke and heat damage consistent with that amount of fuel being ignited? Ms. Therese Sagnier, a certified environmental specialist and a member of the Environmental Assessors Association, sent us the following letter after a brief conversation we had on the telephone. She had said to us that the amount of fuel that would have been left in the aircraft that had hit the Pentagon would basically have reduced that section of the Pentagon to rubble and would have burned for days. And that 8,600 gallons of fuel had a BTU rate of 86 million. She also stated that looking at the total weight of this aircraft in conjunction with its velocity, the Pentagon should have been reduced to the thickness of a pancake. Also, the fuel spill of 8,600 gallons would have posed a very large soil removal and disposal project, since the contaminated soil would be considered hazardous waste under Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Another interesting question that is raised is in the photographs of the collapsed area of the Pentagon. If you'll note the upper floor and roof area, it appears that that area simply collapsed and does not show any impact damage from a tail section that was over 43 feet in height. How could a 757 slam into the Pentagon and not have an impact area where the tail section would have hit the upper floors? Shortly after these questions were raised and the topic was open for discussion on our radio show, The Power Hour, these 5 frames were released from a security camera at the Pentagon. The only problem is that the release of these 5 photographs seemed to raise more questions than they answered. First of all, why was the date incorrect in the lower left corner of the screen? Second of all, they really didn't show that there was a 757 that had hit the Pentagon. And thirdly, many people asked, is this the only security camera that was on at the Pentagon? The Pentagon. This is the nerve center for the United States military, supposedly the most secure building in the country. And this is the only video footage that was available of the most heinous attack ever recorded at the Pentagon? Where were all the other security cameras aimed? What about the security cameras that were on in the hallways at the Pentagon? Every inch of the Pentagon is under video surveillance. Where are those video cameras? We also had a report about a gas station whose video camera was pointed in the exact direction where the 757 would have hit the Pentagon. Shortly after the event, it was reported that federal officials showed up at that gas station and confiscated that footage. In addition to all the magazines that hit the newsstands and the supermarket checkouts, there was a flurry of book releases that hit the local bookstores and, in some cases, the book section of your local grocery store. One book is America Attacked, which was released by University Press of California, and it was edited by Sarah Jess, Gabriel Beck, and R. Joseph. In reference to the attack on the Pentagon, on page 194 it states, "The jet had plowed a crater 100 feet wide that ripped away the walls of all 5 stories of the building, collapsing the outermost rings which encircle the Pentagon." In this picture, we ask, do you see a crater 100 feet wide or 50 feet wide? How about in this picture or this picture? It doesn't appear that there was any crater at all. They went on to say that it had ripped away the walls of the 5 stories of the building, collapsing the outermost rings, which encircle the Pentagon. Now, there should be no question that the outer rings of the Pentagon have indeed collapsed. We've seen pictures from one angle, from another angle, and America has seen these pictures. We all assumed that that was the damage that was caused by the 757 hitting the Pentagon. But shortly after the release of the article From Deception to Revelation, we were sent some photographs that were taken apparently right after the event and before the outer walls had collapsed. When examining these photographs, we can clearly see that the area in question had not yet collapsed. In fact, there is very little evidence of a hole big enough to accommodate a 757. The hole that we do see is approximately 14 to 16 feet across. Question: how does a 757 fit into a 16-foot hole and leave no damage or wreckage on the outside of the Pentagon? These are questions that deserve serious scrutiny. Let's take a look at some of the photographs that were taken before the outer wall of the Pentagon collapsed. In this first photograph, we can see the firefighters pulling the hoses away from the fire truck. In the foreground, we can see wire spools that were left on the front lawn of the Pentagon. After all, this section of the Pentagon was under renovation. We'll use these wire spools as reference points. Also, to the right of those wire spools and on the face of the Pentagon, we can see that some concrete facing has broken away. We'll also use this as a reference point as we examine these photographs. Now, to the left of that area where the facing has broken off, we can clearly see that the Pentagon has not yet collapsed. There are some flaming areas, and that area appears to be the only section where there is a hole approximately 14 to 16 feet. Question: how does a 757 fit into a 16-foot hole and leave no wreckage on the front of the building? We can also see that the roof of the building does show fatigue, but has not yet collapsed. In this photograph, an astonished onlooker sees exactly what we're seeing. The Pentagon had not yet collapsed. And again, there is no sign of any wreckage whatsoever. No tail, no fuselage, no wings, no wheels, no engines, no seats, no luggage, nothing on the outside of the Pentagon. Pentagon roofline is clearly visible, and again, it is under fatigue, but it had not yet collapsed. As we examine this next photograph, let's take a good close look at the lower left corner. You'll see engine 331 from the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, and we contacted the fire chief from this engine company. Chief Plower agreed to come on our radio show along with 2 of his firefighters, but 1 hour before airtime, they canceled. We were told that the 2 firefighters had been placed on indefinite leave. When we look at this photograph, we can see that the fire retardant foam is being sprayed on the front of the Pentagon, and again, the area in question had not yet collapsed. And you can see, right in the center of the photograph, a big area where some of the concrete facing has broken away, and it appears that this is the only major hole in the front of the Pentagon. Again, is this hole big enough to accommodate a 757? And where is the wreckage? In this photograph, we again see engine 331 and fire retardant foam being sprayed on the front of the Pentagon. Note clearly, in the center of the photograph, we see the upper floors of the Pentagon, again, yet to collapse. But also notice that there does not appear to be any damage to these upper floors. Question: if the height of the Boeing 757 was 44 feet 6 inches, there should have been some point of impact in these upper floors, and yet when we look at these pictures, there doesn't appear to be any impact whatsoever in the area where the tail should have hit. And again, there is no wreckage visible on the front of the lawn. Now, while these photographs were being taken, videographers from several different networks were on the scene to capture the firefighters in action as they battled the blazes at the front of the Pentagon.
Jim Angle is joining us now from Washington. Jim, what can you tell us about that fire outside the Pentagon? Jim Angle, are you with us?
I can tell you first that the roads around the White House, the streets around the White House, were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack. As you come into Washington from Virginia, about 2 miles from the Pentagon, you can see the smoke billowing up from the building. Huge clouds of smoke. So much so that commuters coming into town have pulled over to the side of a busy freeway, what is ordinarily a busy freeway, and are sitting, watching in amazement as the symbol of the United States Defense Establishment goes up in smoke. So there is an amazement all over Washington. People are not sure what to think. You've got a lot of federal employees standing around in this area watching as the streets are blocked off and emergency vehicles rush to and fro. We're not sure what they are up to, but clearly there is concern about the safety of the White House and the surrounding buildings. John.
Jim, do you know anything about what kind of plane?
Be advised, there's floor collapse, structural integrity is compromised. I'll give you a report as we go on the interior. We have structural collapse.
Question: what could have caused this type of damage? What could have caused a 14 to 16 foot hole and pierced 3 of the rings of the Pentagon? Keep in mind that each ring of the Pentagon has an outer and inner wall, each wall approximately 18 inches thick of steel reinforced concrete. That means that each ring consisted of 36 inches or 3 feet of steel reinforced concrete for a total of approximately 9 feet of steel reinforced concrete. Question: could a 757 have pierced 9 feet of steel reinforced concrete and left a 14 to 16 foot hole and no wreckage? If not, what could have created that type of damage? On our radio program, The Power Hour, we have a lot of veterans and military experts that listen in. and many have called up and agreed that it could not have been a 757 that created that damage, but in fact had to be something else altogether. What could have caused that damage? Some call it a bunker buster or a missile. Now, as this controversy percolated through the year 2002, in January of 2003, the entire issue was resurrected when the American Society of Civil Engineers released a report entitled The Pentagon Building Performance Report. The announcement was made on CNN, and they showed an animated video that illustrated how the 757 slammed into the Pentagon and took out 50 support columns. Let's take another look at this computer-generated animation from the American Society of Civil Engineers at Purdue. And as we look at this plane, ask yourself this question. What significant information was overlooked in this computer graphic model from the American Society of Civil Engineers? Well, first of all, the 18.5-inch steel-reinforced concrete exterior wall of the Pentagon was omitted. Second of all, you'll note that when the tail section enters the Pentagon, it remains intact. How is it possible that the tail section, over 40 feet in height, would have remained intact as it entered the Pentagon and left no entry point, as is seen in this photograph? Thirdly, and probably the most significant omission of all, is that the engines are missing in this computer graphic model. Despite these omissions, the American Society of Civil Engineers claimed that the plane took out 50 support columns as it entered the Pentagon. When we again look at these photographs, I ask, do you see support columns that have been destroyed? Which support columns were destroyed? How could it possibly be that the American Society of Civil Engineers could release such a report when the photographs clearly show that the entire report is in question? Now let's look at a computer-generated animation that was broadcast on the National Geographic television program Seconds from Disaster, in which they dealt with the attack on the Pentagon on September 11th. In this computer-generated animation, they show that the wings broke off before the plane entered the first ring. Question: if the plane's wings broke off, then why didn't we see any wing parts in the photographs that we examined earlier? Furthermore, in this computer-generated animation, it clearly shows the plane almost completely disintegrating as it passes through the first ring. Question: how could it have continued along its path and pierced another 7.5 feet of steel-reinforced concrete, piercing the second and third rings of the Pentagon, and leave this hole? You can't have it both ways.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
You know, there are those that see these pictures and hear this information for the first time, and they inevitably ask the question, well, if the plane didn't hit the Pentagon, where did it go? The answer is, I don't know where it went. For all I know, it could be sitting in 200 feet of water in the Atlantic Ocean. But then again, I didn't say that Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. That was NBC and CBS and ABC and CNN and Fox and all the other news agencies. The question should be, if Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, then where is it? And let's keep in mind that if we do find someone, a group, or an agency that is involved in the obfuscation, distraction, distortion, or cover-up of any information about any of the events of September 11th, does that not indicate possible involvement and even guilt in the events of September 11th? Now let's move on to what happened in New York City on the morning of September 11th. Just a few of the images that are indelibly etched in the minds of every man and woman on the face of this planet that happened to be near a television set on the morning of September 11th of 2001. Most of us will never forget where we were and what we were doing on that day. Now, right after September 11th, many conspiracy theories began to arise to try to explain how and why the towers came down. Well, this is no different than any other major event in history, from the assassination of John F. Kennedy to his brother Robert Kennedy, and from the assassinations of Martin Luther King and John Lennon to the explosion in Oklahoma City that destroyed the Murrah Building in 1995 and the downing of TWA Flight 800. All of these were followed by conspiracy theories to try to explain these events. Well, on September 11th, there was a lot of discussion about explosions that went on around the building and in the building. Some of these reports were televised, but only once. Let's take a look at some of these reports and review what had happened on September 11th.
We're being pushed out as well because there was some concern that there might be additional explosions, possibly other bombs.
The entire top of the building just blew up.
The second explosion and another explosion. We have a report now of a fourth explosion at the Trade Center. There has just been a huge explosion. It almost looks like one of those implosions of buildings that you see.
We heard a very loud blast, an explosion. Not clear now is why this explosion took place.
Do you know if it was an explosion or if it was a building collapse?
To me, it sounded like an explosion,
but it was a huge explosion.
I saw the two buildings. I think it was a bomb because two of them.
This is actually, we believe, debris from one of the planes that hit one of the towers on the World Trade Center. The FBI is here, as you can see. They had roped this area off. They were taking photographs and securing this area just prior to that huge explosion that we all heard and felt.
We've just heard a virtual barrage of reports of bombs and explosions going off in and around the World Trade Center. But is there any reason to believe that some of these explosions might have been caused by something other than the planes hitting the towers? Rick Sanchez from MSNBC had this to report.
Rick Sanchez has been there throughout this morning for us. Rick, tell us where you are and what the latest is.
Well, I'm in that area, if you're familiar with this area of where West Broadway and Hudson come together, right at Chambers. That would put us about a block and a half away from the site of where the explosion was. That area has just been evacuated because police have found what they describe as a suspicious device, and they fear that it might be something that could lead to another explosion. Obviously, there's a real sense of caution here on the part of police. I spoke with some police officials moments ago, Chris, and they told me that they have reason to believe that one of the explosions at the World Trade Center, aside from the ones that may have been caused by the impact of the plane with the building, may have been caused by a van that was parked in the building that may have had some type of explosive device in it. So their fear is that there may have been explosive device planted either in the building or in the adjacent area, and that's why they're being so cautious.
In the September 24th, 2001 edition of People magazine, on page 34, there was an interview with Louis Caccioli, a 51-year-old firefighter assigned with Engine 47 of Harlem, New York, and he had this to say. We were the first ones in the second tower after the plane struck. I was taking firefighters up in the elevator to the 24th floor to get in position to evacuate workers. On the last trip up, a bomb went off. We think there was bombs set in the building. Well, Louis Caccioli isn't the only firefighter that claims that there were bombs or explosives going off in and around the World Trade Center.
We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was like, it was if they had detonated.
Detonated.
They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching.
We've heard eyewitness accounts and testimony from fire officials that indicate that there were bombs, explosives, possibly detonating charges that were utilized in the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. Is there any reason to believe that detonating charges were utilized in the collapse of the North Tower, the South Tower, or Building 7? One firefighter did say, boom, 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 that's how it went down. And many of the television reporters reported that as the buildings collapsed, both the North Tower and the South Tower and Building 7, they all appeared to come down just like a controlled demolition. Let's listen to a clip from Larry Silverstein. He was the lease owner of the World Trade Center, as he gave an interview on PBS.
I remember getting a call from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. And I said, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull. And then we watched the building collapse.
Now, we've just heard Larry Silverstein making the admission that when it came to Building 7, the decision was made to pull it, a term that is used by demolition experts in bringing a building down. But what was America and the rest of the world told as to why Building 7 came down?
About an hour ago, World Trade Center building number 7 collapsed. A 42-story building, weakened by the devastation that had occurred earlier today.
We've all seen controlled demolitions on television. Office buildings, sports stadiums, all brought down by controlled charges. And these charges and controlled demolitions take weeks of planning. They have to bring in experts and do a structural analysis of the buildings, study which beams, which girders have to have charges placed on them. And then a team of explosive experts has to come and set the charges, wire them all together in sequence. And then, finally, after everything is clear, they let the building go, or pull it. Are we to believe that 8 hours after a surprise attack in New York City, they were able to pull Building 7? How is this possible had it not been planned in advance? And if they did have planned detonation charges in place in Building number 7, is it possible that there were charges in Building 6, or 5, or 4, or the North Tower, or the South Tower?
We made it at least 2 blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was like, it was if they had detonated. They were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running.
Ladies and gentlemen, so far we've seen that we were deceived, if not flat out lied to, about many of the events of September 11th. From the controversy about whether or not Flight 77 actually hit the Pentagon, to whether or not there were bombs or explosives or detonating charges utilized in any of the buildings that collapsed in the World Trade Center. And also Larry Silverstein making the admission that when it came to Building 7, they made the decision to pull it. And now we come to the main events of September 11th, North and South Towers being hit by airliners that were supposedly hijacked by terrorists. Let's take a look at some of the clips that we've all seen over and over again. April 15th of 2004, we received a news release that alerted us to a website that was entitled www.letsroll911.org. Phil Jahan, the webmaster for this website, had taken the video clips that you've just seen and slowed them down and examined them frame by frame, and what he found was astounding. There are several different anomalies that need to be examined and questioned. First of all, what is attached to the bottom of the plane that hit the South Tower? And second of all, what is that brief flash that occurs just as the plane makes impact? Now, when we first looked at this video footage, I said to myself, well, this video footage could very well be manipulated. So I wanted to check it out myself. Well, we went and found the DVD that we had purchased shortly after September 11th entitled America Remembers. This was directly from CNN. We took this DVD and put it in our machine and examined the very clip that you've just seen. Let's take a look at it. Let's take another look at this clip in slow motion, but before we do, keep in mind that sometimes the best place to hide something is in plain sight. We've all seen this video clip, and there have been many publications that have taken frames from this video and published them in hundreds of magazines. Here's an example. On page 3, a full-size blow-up of this picture. And in this magazine, it was published on page 4. And on the back of this book that we discussed earlier, it's on the back cover. I suggest you all take a copy of your magazines and books, and if you have the video footage, take a good hard look. We've all got this. Now let's take a look at this in slow motion. As the plane approaches the South Tower, notice carefully the belly of the plane. There appears to be something attached, and just as it hits the building, there's a flash. Let's take another look in super slow motion. Let's look at this photograph that was taken near Ground Zero. On the right, we see the South Tower, and the smoke that's rising into the sky is emanating from the North Tower, which is completely hidden from view. On the left, just entering the field of vision of the camera, we see the plane just before it hits the South Tower. Note a couple of items here. The engine on the right wing has a shadow, and the shadow moves towards the front of the plane and off of the plane. So the anomaly that appears to be attached to the belly of this plane could not be caused by a shadow. Also note that the item that appears to be attached to the belly of this plane is on the right side. This plane has something that is not symmetrical on the bottom of the plane. When we compare that with the bottom of a regular 767, we'll note that a normal 767 has a belly that is smooth. This plane does not. In the summer of 2003, in Barcelona, Spain, a publication by the name of La Vanguardia did an investigative report on the plane that slammed into the South Tower. After a thorough digital image analysis performed by a Spanish university, the investigators came to the conclusion that the anomaly was three-dimensional in nature and could not have been caused by shadows or reflections. Question: is it outside the realm of possibilities that an object of this size and shape could be attached to the belly of a plane of this type? Now let's take another good hard look at this video footage. As the plane approaches, it is irrefutable that there is something attached to the bottom of this plane and a distinct flash as it makes contact. Now there are some that would say that this is a trick of light, a reflection. Well, let's keep in mind that if you hold a mirror in your hand and reflect the sun's rays, that reflection only goes where you aim that reflection. So a reflection should only be seen from one particular angle. Let's take a look at this event from another angle. And now let's take a look at it again from a third angle. And now let's take a look at it one more time from a fourth angle. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just seen a very interesting event indeed. Not recorded by one, but recorded by 4 different cameras from 4 different angles. There can be no doubt that this is not the result of a reflection of any sort, but in fact was a flash caused by an explosion, a detonation, a missile. Something happened. That was not a terrorist with a box cutter. Let's take another look at the object attached to the belly of this plane and ask yourself this question. Could something this big have gone unnoticed by the passengers, the crew, the baggage handlers, the service personnel at a commercial airport? The obvious answer is no, it would have been noticed. Which raises the question, where did this plane take off from? And was it in fact a commercial airliner at all?
That was not American Airlines. That was not an American Airlines.
And dove to the other side and crashed right in. An explosion was so terrific it looked like it had dynamite in it. The ball of fire that came flying out of that one was even worse than the first one. And we were standing there and I said, I can't believe this. And sure enough, there it was, another plane. The plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin-engine, big gray plane.
Mark Bernbach, a Fox employee, is on the phone with us. Mark witnessed this from what we understand. Mark, were you close enough to be able to see any markings on the airplane?
Hi, gentlemen. How you doing? Yeah, there was definitely a blue logo. It was like a circular logo on the front of the plane, definitely towards the front. It definitely did not look like a commercial plane. I didn't see any windows on the sides. And definitely very low. And I'm completely panicked. I'm you're freaking out. I cannot believe what I just saw.
We are all shaken by this. We are watching the video now back live. But the upper floors of the World Trade Center in Manhattan in flames now after apparently 2 large airplanes. We're talking about jetliners here, slammed into the sides right around 9 o'clock this morning. Mark, if what you say is true, those could be cargo planes or something like that. You said you didn't see any windows in the side?
I didn't see any windows in the sides. I saw the plane flying low. I was probably like a block away from the subway in Brooklyn, and that plane came down very low. And again, it was not a normal flight that I've ever seen at an airport. It was a plane that had a blue logo on the front, and it did not look like it belonged in this area.
We've just heard Mark Bernbach describe what he saw on September 11th of 2001 when he worked for the Fox News Network. Well, we spoke with Mr. Bernbach in September of 2004, and he stands by his story. Now let's take another look at the clip where the woman screams, "That was not an American Airlines." There are those that would try to say that we've dubbed in the voice or somehow altered the sound portion of this video clip. This time, watch carefully the woman on the right half of the screen.
That was not American Airlines. That was not an American Airlines. That was not American Airlines.
Now, we've just heard testimony that refutes the official report that a commercial airliner hit the World Trade Center. Well, if it wasn't a commercial airliner, it would have to be either a private or a military aircraft, and I think we can rule out private aircraft.
I didn't see any windows on the sides. I saw the plane flying low. I was probably...
The plane wasn't no airline or anything. It was a twin-engine, big gray plane.
Now, if this was a military plane, that would explain the possibility that there was something mounted on the belly of the plane. Now, Phil Jahan, webmaster of the website letsroll911.org, and many other people have postulated that this indeed was a pod of some sort mounted to the belly of the plane. Many of our listeners are ex-military and have agreed that this is a distinct possibility. When you couple this with the mysterious flash that occurs on the side of the World Trade Center just as the plane makes contact, I think we can probably agree that there was some sort of an incendiary or an explosive that would serve as a match to ignite the enormous amount of fuel that would be dispersed as soon as the plane hit the building. Let's take another look at this one clip, and you'll notice that the flash is a separate event than the contact of the fuselage as it hits the building. Some folks have stated that the flash was a result of the fuselage making contact with the Trade Center building. But as you can see, the flash is indeed to the right of the fuselage. And in fact, as the fuselage makes contact with the World Trade Tower, you can see a reflection of the flash in the fuselage, which further supports the contention that these are two separate events. Admittedly, what we've seen so far in this presentation is disturbing, to say the least. To find that we were not necessarily told the truth about what happened at the Pentagon on September 11th, and now, according to the clips that you've just seen and the testimony that you've just heard, there was a whole lot more to the story when Flight 175 hit the South Tower. Well, I needed more information. I needed more evidence that showed that there was something else going on September 11th. And the only way to get more information was to go to the first plane, Flight 11, the American airliner that hit the North Tower. The French filmmakers, the Naudet brothers, were in New York City doing a documentary about the New York City firefighters. And this clip is the only known footage of the first plane hitting the first tower. Let's take another look at this video clip, this time in slow motion. You'll notice that as the plane approaches the tower, first of all, we're too far away to get a clear shot in any detail of the plane. So therefore, it's hard to make out whether or not there was anything attached to the bottom of this plane, as was the case with Flight 175. However, there is another similarity. Just as the plane makes impact, there is a flash. Let's look at it again. And keep in mind that as we watch this plane make impact, this flash occurs just before the plane crashes into the North Tower. This time, as we watch this clip, note the shadow rising from the lower right of the Trade Center tower. And keep in mind that the shadow won't reach the impact point before the plane and vice versa. This is very important because the flash occurs before the shadow and the plane meet. This time, let's look at this clip in reverse. You'll notice that as the plane slowly backs out of the North Tower, it is clear of the tower, and then the flash occurs, indicating that the flash occurred before the plane made impact on the North Tower. One more time, this video clip showing the flash as the plane hit the North Tower. Now, this video clip that we've just examined came again from the Naudet brothers documentary that was being filmed in the streets of New York City on the morning of September 11th. This documentary about the New York City firefighters was going to be assembled at a later date, and it was not televised. In fact, there was no live coverage at all of Flight 11 as it hit the North Tower. After all, it was a surprise attack. So if there was no live television coverage of the first plane hitting the first tower, how do we explain the following comment from George Walker Bush?
What was the first thing that went through your head when you heard that a plane crashed into the first?
Well, I was sitting in a schoolhouse in Florida. I'd gone down to tell my little brother what to do, and you go ahead and sit down. Just kidding, Jeb. And it's the mother in me. Anyway, I was sitting there, and my chief of staff, well, first of all, when we walked in the classroom, I had seen this plane fly into the first building. There was a TV set on, and you know, I thought it was pilot error.
You know, right off the bat, there will probably be some folks out there that will try to minimize or negate what we've discussed in this program and turn it into some sort of a political football. They'll say we're left-wingers, or we're Democrat, liberal types, and we're Bush bashing. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Let's not forget that it was under the Clinton administration that we launched a missile attack in Afghanistan and Sudan to destroy what turned out to be an aspirin factory because they had bad intel that they were manufacturing chemicals. It's happening again, folks. It has nothing to do with liberal versus conservative, or Democrat versus Republican, or right versus left. It has everything to do with right versus wrong. On September 11th, it was reported that the passengers of Flight 93 were in the process of overcoming terrorists who had taken over the plane using box cutters. And in the process, the plane crashed in a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Well, if Flight 93 crashed in Shanksville at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, how do we explain the following story that was carried by WCPO-TV Channel 9 in Cincinnati, Ohio? This story was posted on the internet at 11:43 a.m. Eastern Time by web producer Liz Foreman. The headline reads, "Plane lands in Cleveland, bomb feared aboard." A Boeing 767 out of Boston made an emergency landing Tuesday at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport due to concerns that it may have a bomb aboard, said Mayor Michael R. White. United identified the plane as Flight 93. If United Airlines Flight 93 crashed at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, then how could Flight 93 also have landed at Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, been evacuated, and searched for a bomb, as was reported at 11:43 Eastern Time by Liz Foreman from WCPO-TV in Cincinnati? Which flight was the real Flight 93? Which flight crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania? And now we come to the $10,000 question. How is it possible that in the sleepy town of Versailles, Missouri, in a little production studio, we can do an in-depth analysis and a slow-motion expose of video footage that's been at the fingertips of every major news network all this time? How is it possible that they can show you slow-motion video of car crashes and basketball games, and they can do frame-by-frame analysis of major events in history like the JFK assassination, and yet they haven't seen fit to show you one slow-motion picture of these planes hitting the towers? Why is it that shortly after September 11th, it was decided that it would be too painful for America to see these videos anymore, and so they decided to stop showing them? Maybe now we know why they stopped showing these videos. And maybe we should have nothing but contempt for the mainstream networks for withholding this information. After all, if you become aware of a lie and you do nothing to expose the lie, you then become part of the lie. Has this ever happened before in American history? Have the mainstream media networks ever suppressed information in regard to terrorist attacks in this country?
Appears to be the Oklahoma County Bomb Squad. It's their bomb disposal unit, essentially, is what it is, and it is what they would use to, if the report that we gave you just a few moments ago turns out to be correct, that they have found a second explosive device of some kind inside this building, they'll back that trailer down there, and the bomb squad folks will go in, and they will use that trailer. You see the bucket on the back there, sort of, this is how they would transport the explosive device away from this populated area to try to do something with it.
Confirmed through federal authorities that a second bomb has been found inside that federal building in Oklahoma City. It was an explosion at 9 o'clock this morning that did that damage you're looking at right there, blowing off the entire north face of that building. Again, you're looking at the north face there. A second bomb was found on the east side of that building. building. A bomb squad is on the scene. That second bomb has not exploded. We don't know quite the status yet, if they've managed to defuse it, but it has been confirmed that a second bomb was found on the east side of that building.
I just took a look down the street at the Morrow building again. I see another bomb truck going, so apparently they're going to try to get out that third bomb that's been talked about. Still a lot of activity around the Morrow building. Security concerns that another one still might go off. That's what everybody's worried about.
At the present time, the medical teams downtown are unable to get into the wreckage to retrieve more of the injured because of the presence of other bombs in the area. I've been told by the police department that just as soon as those bombs are defused, they will permit the medical teams to enter.
Just for a second, we want to update our audience that the Justice Department is reporting that a second explosive device has been found in the AP Murrah building in downtown Oklahoma City. Mike, you're still with us, aren't you?
Yes, I am, and I might tell you in addition to that, in fact what we were told at the scene a few minutes ago was that in fact 2 different explosive devices were found in addition to the one that went off.
So a total of 3.
A total of 3, and of course then there was mass confusion whenever there were hundreds of spectators in the area, and when they heard that there were other bombs in the building, people were running from the area in the opposite direction as fast as they could.
Utter devastation that one explosion caused, because here's now what we are starting to learn about the succession, or what someone obviously hoped would be a succession of explosions. The first bomb that was in the federal building did go off. It did the damage that you see right there. The second explosive was found and diffused. The third explosive that was found, and they are working on right now as we speak, I understand, both the second and third explosives, if you can imagine this, were larger than the first. So try to imagine 2- or 3-fold happening. What we've already seen there. It is just incredible to think that there was that much heavy artillery that was somehow moved into the downtown Oklahoma City.
President Clinton just called Frank Keating, Governor Frank Keating, and he says that 3 FBI anti-terrorist teams are en route to Oklahoma City. Right now, they are saying that this is the work of a sophisticated group. This is a very sophisticated device, and it has to have been done by an explosives expert. Obviously,
you talk about the second bomb that was found. Devin told us earlier, we got information that the second and third bomb were bigger than the one that was detonated. 1,200 pounds of explosives in that first one that went off. The second and third devices that were found were actually larger than that. So you can undetonated bombs that were found that were bigger than the device that exploded. And if this other one that they're looking at now turns out to be something, it appears that it was meant for this building to come down, to be leveled, because of the amount of power that could have gone off. Only one explosion, it was obviously tragic enough, but there were 4 bombs set to go off, according to ATF officials.
The question is, why that building? And was it Waco? Is it the Nation of Islam? We should find out an awful lot when the bombs are taken apart. I think it was a great stroke of luck. As you're mentioning, it's hard to talk about luck on a day like today in Oklahoma City, but it was a great stroke of luck that we actually have got diffused bombs. It's through the bomb material that we will be able to track down who committed this atrocity.
I'm sure many of you are shocked after seeing these clips that you've just seen that were taken from local affiliate stations in Oklahoma City right after the bombing. Many of us never heard about the discovery of a second bomb and a third bomb and the retrieval of a bomb and the statement that we actually have got diffused bombs. This information was suppressed. It was kept from the American people. Why? How many pieces of evidence do we need to prove that there is a conspiracy? In regard to September 11th, we discussed Flight 77. Did it hit the Pentagon? How could it have hit the Pentagon and left a 16-foot hole and no wreckage? And then when it came to Building 7, we have Larry Silverstein making the statement that they decided to pull it, indicating that there could have been demolition charges. And we couple that with the firefighters who were interviewed and stated that it was like demolition charges going off. And then there was the anomaly that was attached to the bottom of Flight 175, or so we thought, Flight 175, hitting the South Tower. The mysterious flash as it made contact, caught not by 1 or by 2 or by 3, but by 4 different cameras. And then there's the analysis of the North Tower and the mysterious flash of that flight slamming into the building. How many pieces of evidence do we need before America and the world recognizes that there is a conspiracy. And now we come to the most important question of all, and that is, who do we trust? The questions raised in this video documentary are admittedly terrifying, but the answers may be even more terrifying. We offer an open hand and not a clenched fist to every man and woman that serves in uniform, whether it be law enforcement or military. You've all taken an oath to protect and serve, or to support and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And you are going to be charged with the responsibility of protecting the American people, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, the Constitution. Our way of life is in jeopardy, and you will be charged with the responsibility of defending our way of life and the people of this country. The biggest challenge before you right now is, who is the enemy? There are those that would ask the question, why would our government be involved in such a horrendous act of terrorism? Or what would the motive possibly be? Well, let's remember a couple of things. First of all, it's been said that those that forget their history are destined to repeat it. And it's also been said that history was written by those that hanged the heroes. We're now just finding out, and it's becoming common knowledge, that the attack on Pearl Harbor wasn't the surprise attack we were all told it was. In fact, the powers that be knew days ahead of time that the attack was pending. And then there's the Northwoods documents that were released in 1961, in which the Joint Chiefs spelled out plans to attack their own ships, sink battleships, let off bombs, and have terrorist attacks here in the United States to instill patriotism and raise anger against the communists so that we could find an entry into the Cold War. We all know that war makes money, and the events at Pearl Harbor and the very existence of the Northwoods documents should represent a mindset and a clear intent of the powers that be to involve themselves in clandestine operations and to sacrifice the lives of our men and women in uniform and civilians as well, as long as it will legitimize their involvement in some sort of a military conflict. Let's look at the world situation today. The United States is the only remaining world superpower. Russia is our best friend now, or so we're told, and China is our biggest trading partner. Simply ask Walmart or Dollar General or any other major retailer where most of the goods are manufactured in China. Well, if there is no world superpower boogeyman or enemy to be watching over, well then what better enemy to have than a nameless, faceless enemy without a country that can strike at will in any corner of the globe? The war on terror. A war that, as Dick Cheney has said, could last for decades. Yes, war means money. And defense contracting is the largest industry in the country, if not the world. Billions, if not trillions of dollars are awarded to defense contractors every year. And they'll manufacture $75 hammers or $600 toilet seats, grossly overcharging the American taxpayer. Where does all this extra money go? And now we have to ask the question, how do defense contractors guarantee job security and profitability? And the common sense answer is to guarantee that there is war. Well, you might ask, why doesn't the mainstream media tell us about this? Why hasn't Tom Brokaw or NBC News told us? Well, as an example, NBC is owned by General Electric. General Electric is one of the top 10 defense contractors. Keeping this information in mind, it should be easy to understand how and why the United States would create an Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset. He was trained by and funded by the CIA. He was put into power by the CIA, and he had substantial financial ties to the current administration. Saddam Hussein was also supported by the United States government. He was given agricultural credits, which he then used to purchase illegal chemical and biological weapons, according to Senator Donald Riegel's report. Question: is it not outside the realm of possibilities that the United States would create a boogeyman, create an Osama bin Laden or a Taliban or an Al-Qaeda, on which they could place the blame of the events of September 11th and other yet-to-occur terrorist acts? In the beginning of this program, we played word association, if you recall. The term was conspiracy theory. Now, you've seen enough evidence in this presentation to know that we are dealing now with a conspiracy. There is plenty of evidence to support it. The conspiracy theory, in fact, is the idea that Osama bin Laden had something to do with the attacks of September 11th. Let's not forget that on September 23rd of 2001, Condoleezza Rice, National Security Advisor, had stated that they had evidence that linked bin Laden with the terrorist attacks and that they would release that evidence in due time. Well, America and the world are still waiting for that evidence. And in that time since September 11th, we've launched not one, but 2 wars in Afghanistan and Iraq based upon no evidence or a conspiracy theory.
Our war is against evil, not against Islam. We don't hold any religion accountable. We're fighting evil.
What we've seen on this video should give us all cause to stop and rethink everything that we've been told about September 11th. The media and our government have relentlessly pounded into Americans' minds that it was terrorists wielding box cutters that were responsible for the attacks in America on September 11th. And now, after seeing this video footage, we realize that it couldn't possibly have been a terrorist in a box cutter that would have created the flashes on both the North and South Tower. Nor could it have been a terrorist with a box cutter that had that attachment to the bottom of Flight 175. There is one truth that's come out of this, though, and that is that there is a war on freedom. But the war on freedom isn't being waged by those that they say it is. After all, how many of your freedoms have been legislated away by Osama bin Laden or the Taliban or Al-Qaeda or Saddam Hussein? The answer is none. Your freedoms have been legislated away by the very people who take oaths to defend your freedoms. Republicans and Democrats alike. Your Congress, your Senate, your president. There is a war on freedom. And now, thanks to the Homeland Security Bill, the Patriot Act, the Terrorist Bill, the Model States Emergency Health Powers Act, we have thumb scanners and retina scans and face recognition, metal detectors. At the airports, we have body scans and body cavity searches. Yes, there is a war on freedom. And let's not forget what George Bush had said in regard to conspiracy theories.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories concerning the attacks of September the 11th. Malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty.
Every nation in every region now has a decision to make. Either you are with us or you are with the terrorists.
Much calmer situation and a much better evacuation. And these people.
My son was murdered! Killed him!
Let's ask some real questions. Is that unfair? And what about the bunker? You didn't ask him about the bunker, the Office of Emergency Management bunker on fire?
We are getting ready for the next round.
Remember this. Your government funded and trained Al-Qaeda. Repeat it again. Your government funded and trained Al-Qaeda.
And now I ask all of America and the people of the world, where's your line in the sand?
Oh. Oh, no, what? Oh, yeah. Oh.
Hussein, I'll tell you what, Hussein, we're probably going to be there's going to be other targets all over the country today. We're being attacked, my friend. This is it.
The second plane.
That's the real thing.
It just fucking hit it! Another plane just hit it! Oh my God, Hussein! Hussein, what the hell is going on? Hussein, this is an act of sabotage! Hussein, did you see what I just saw? Hussein, it's got to be sabotage. Hussein, it's got to be sabotage.
I saw the plane going there and I was laughing at it.
No, it did. It just hit. Another plane just went right into it, Hussein.
Man, I saw the plane. It went into the other building.
Hussein, it sounded, my God. Hussein, this is a terrorist act. You know that, don't you?
I just thought, look at the guy.
Hussein, I'll tell you what, Hussein, we're probably going to be there's going to be other targets all over the country today. We're being attacked, my friend. This is it.
The second plane looked like it was actually coming toward us. Very, very low. Me and him looked at each other and were like, what is going on here? And we watched the second jet tilt and make a U-turn almost directly over the building we were at. And we watched it heading toward the towers. Neither one of us could believe it. We watched, and sure enough, I was on the rooftop of the building when the second jet hit the second tower.
The second plane hit while I was inside the building. So I didn't see the second plane at all. And I knew nothing of a second plane until I went home and was watching the whole thing played out on television.
And while I was talking to him, the second plane hit. And it was a 60-story fireball that came at me. And it was astounding. And I couldn't speak. And so I just said, I have to call you up and turn the phone off. And I think I couldn't hardly make any phone calls after that, because then my phone went dead.
And the plane hit right in our 4 floors. I think that my friend, based on the facts that I know, and some personal facts I don't want to talk about because his wife told me, but he was instantly hit. He was at his desk, and when the plane hit, so I think it was instantaneous. There was no,
When we were watching the screen when the second tower was struck, and that's when people really started freaking out, but in a really organized way, in a way of, I need to get out of here. I would rather take my chances somewhere else than to just be a sitting duck. And that was really the mentality.
By this time here, the second plane does hit. We know it's an act of terrorism, and it takes on a whole new complexion at this particular time.
Well, I can assume that out of the many things that I felt and heard, there were a series of them that probably took place around 9:03. The ground shuddered. The building groaned like I have never heard it groan before. And I get another radio message. It says, we've been hit by a plane. Tower 2, blah, 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 blah. And I'm saying, wait a minute. Say that again. Tower 2. And I said, okay. I can't accept that. I cannot reconcile or accept the fact that there's a possibility of a second plane hitting.
But at that point, I also, not only was everything kind of like rumbling, but there was this noise that sounded like
a freight train, really, but it was coming from the sky. And I remember looking up and looking to my left because that's where the sound was coming from. And I was expecting it to be, I don't know, a helicopter or something because, you know, the other building's on fire. So there's got to be people, you know, coming to rescue people. And what I saw was Flight 175, and it looked like it was going to hit the building that we were standing right in front of. And then it kind of like did this dipping turn, like right at the last second, and then slammed into the tower that we had just come out of. Up until this point, I'd been thinking that it had been an accident, you know, and it had to be the pilot had a heart attack because it was a clear blue sky, so you can't get lost or miss the building. So it was obviously a little Cessna type thing, and the pilot had a heart attack. But when I saw that massive plane come and like turn on its side and just go into the building, the concussion from that knocked me off my feet, and I was bigger than I am now, so that's, you know, not an easy thing to do. But I was laying on the ground and looking up, and my brain said that was not an accident, and I got up and I started to move like I have never in my life moved before. I'm not built for speed.
Just then, this very handsome young fireman walked toward us. And he saw me in the doorway. He spotted me. And he looked at me and he said, "Lady, take your two friends. And I want you to go through the concourse, through tower number 5, which would lead you to Church Street. Once you get to Church Street, just go in that direction." He said, "Because look what's happened." And I looked out and I saw the plaza filled with steel and glass and concrete. And I thought, oh no. So I said, "Come on, Regina, come on." And just as I finished that statement, tower to his head, and I felt the ground shake under my feet, and I'm thinking, oh my God, this is like the earthquake. And I looked at this watch, and it was exactly 9:03.
I think when we got on the 60th floor was when the plane hit our building. And it shook, definitely felt the building shake. Now people are running down the stairs. There's coffee spilt on the staircase, trying to get down. And these two men looked at me and said, "If you want to see your son, we need to get out of here." And they literally, arm for arm, pulled me down those stairs till we got to the bottom. If it wasn't for them, I would never be here today.
But when that when the second tower was struck, that's when it really came over us. Like, it was one of those literally oh shit moments. Are we dead? Am I having an out-of-body experience that I somehow know that I'm going to die today? And I don't want to.
In the time from I left the museum to the time that I arrived at the scene, there was another impact, which I was not aware of. So now the incident became twice as large. It was already enormous. I knew when I saw the impact, I knew there was going to be many, many deaths. I knew there was going to be many civilian deaths. I knew a lot of firefighters were going to die. I knew that when I saw it.
Got in the ambulance, backed out, started heading down Broadway, came around by Battery Park to come up West Side Highway again. And it was a sight I've never, ever experienced in my life. Tornado doesn't quite cut it. Earthquake really doesn't cut it either. It was just atrocious. There was things burning, there was things on fire, there were things in smoke, there were just debris, things were all over the place. It made no sense. You're trying to, fathom this in your mind, and you can't, because this is nothing I've ever experienced. I was a volunteer firefighter in my local fire department, but I have never seen a scene like this. And at that point, I ran over someone's leg, foot all the way up to the hip. I knew it was the left leg just by the way it was positioned. And I turned to Jen at that point and I said, I just ran over someone's leg. And there was kind of a disbelief in her face, and I said, no, I just ran over someone's leg. It wasn't a mannequin. This was someone's leg.
We started going down West Street, and we're looking right at the North Tower. The people jumping on North Tower like crazy. You know, you could see where the plane went in on the north side. We're approaching the North Tower from the north side. I remember coming across a turnout coat laying in the street, and it looked like it had been cut to shreds, and it was covered with blood. And it had turned out, I believe it was Danny Surtham, 216, got hit with a jumper. And his company grabbed him and eventually took him to the hospital, but the coat was like laying there, like it looked like it exploded. And there was, you know, I don't want to say there were body parts all over, because it was just debris, and at that point, the bodies hitting the ground weren't. I told the guys, watch out, keep your head up so we don't get hit by a jumper. And I remember an aircraft tire on the street, giant aircraft tire. And I remember seeing debris and glass and stuff like that you see in an office, and body parts. I remember seeing a woman's calf from the knee down with a high heel shoe still on it. And it was just like, it was surreal. It was from here down. And a nice calf and a high heel pump on it. And it was just sitting there like a prop.
As we're waiting there, you hear the young kids, you know, look at this. And it was the poor souls, you know, jumping. And I didn't want to look, because you knew that they were in their last seconds of life.
So many horrible things. There was jumpers coming around us. The ground was littered with body parts. It was pretty horrible. I was traumatized.
I was standing there and I'm looking outside, and it literally made no sense. I mean, my brain could not wrap itself around what it was seeing, and so my brain was saying things and stuff, you know, and that's really, it was like things that were falling, stuff that was falling, and it didn't make any sense. And it was the noises that my brain kind of was more focused on than what I was seeing, because I think I'm more of an oral person than a visual person. And suddenly I realized that, you know, I was seeing paper in the air, and I was seeing things crashing down and making these big crashing noises, and they were like on fire, and there was smoke. It was like things that made big crashing noises and things that made these like almost like big popping explosions. What I realized is that I was seeing pieces of the building, probably pieces of airplane, but at the time all I thought of was pieces of the building that were on fire. And then I realized that I was also seeing people. I know for me, that's when I started to that was the first time I panicked. I mean, flat out just panicked.
We just got caught up in the people are chained and jumping and, you know, shaking your head like, don't jump, don't jump, don't jump. But in your head, you know, you're thinking, well, suffocate, burn to death, or jump. None of them are a good choice, but I don't think I would want to suffocate, and I don't think I would want to burn to death, so I would jump.
We would eventually end up out there, but now I'm on this outside looking, and you wonder what horrors people are experiencing. Your heart goes out to them. You can't even imagine what was probably going on. And I remember going up on this little hilly section of the city and looking out, and I could see the World Trade Center pretty big, and it was about that big to me. And I remember I held my hand out like this, and I put the World Trade Center in my hand. And I said, my God, if I had the power to just take those people and rescue them and do something for them from here, what are they experience over there? What I'm hearing on my radio over here, what is this? This is the most incredible thing that I have ever seen in my life.
We were about to go back into the building, and all hell broke loose.
This is an EMS worker. There's been a major collapse. We need additional units forthwith. Tower 2 has had a major explosion and what appears to be a complete collapse surrounding the entire area. There's been a major collapse in the tower. The command center out here, everybody has... There was a major collapse. I'm in my rig right now.
The South Tower now is starting to implode. The fireball is following us, so we're running away from a fireball towards Financial One. The fireball hit Financial One, sheared a part of it completely off, and the area we were in, that section entombed us with all the debris that was coming off of the South Tower as it was imploding. At this point, we're buried alive. There's no way out.
Somewhere in proximity to the plaza of the South Tower, en route to entering the South Tower, when the building started to collapse. The building that was hit second collapsed first, so it went faster than the North Tower.
And being in Tower 2, now everybody thinks Tower 1 went. Tower 2 went first. Tower 2 went first, then Tower 1. And that was like mind-blowing. I mean, we thought it would be the other way around, and I knew something was wrong. It was a perfectly calm day, and all of a sudden I feel the building sway, and I hear, and if you've been in a skyscraper, when it sways, it sounds like, a horror movie with the coffin opening and then the coffin closing. It's what it sounds like.
At that point was when the first tower, our tower, started to come down. And I thought, this is it. I'm going to die here. So I started to run.
And then we get this great trembling thing, going on. And it's building 2 coming down. I said to myself, my God, And then it came over the radio, our radios, that, the building 2 came down. And we were ordered to evacuate.
Came back out, and I just started taking some pictures when the first of the buildings started to fall. And the person I know standing right next to me fell to the earth. And you could hear this noise that came from everyone, this sound. And then it hit, and then you heard the rumble go through the subway. Actually, this one black fellow walked through the park and yelled, "The white man's world is coming down." And people turned to him and yelled, "Fuck you!" And it was like this moment where, because everyone was like half dead, there's this whole, you couldn't imagine how many people were dying right now, and it would be lost.
But I never thought it would collapse that way. I always, in my mind, pictured the building kind of toppling over. It was, when we looked up, we saw the top of the tower rotate. We could see from the bottom, coming up this way, and we could see looks like what the floor was. And there's this building, but as soon as we captured that image, it was totally obscured by this huge cloud that blanketed out everything. And then the only thing we had was this tremendous rumbling roar, like huge boulders, an avalanche coming down a rocky mountainside. And then you hear this thunder and loud sounds, and the building is starting to shake and vibrate. And the mind is racing, and I'm saying, all these thoughts instantaneously going through. But there's another part of the mind that's operating too. And the back part of the mind is saying, hey, stupid, wake up. That building isn't here. So we turned around and said, I think it's time to get the hell out of here.
I watched the building, the first tower come down right from my school building after I knew my brother was there.
You heard the popping, and then you just saw the tower leaning, the South Tower coming towards us. And we ran. It turned black as night. Everybody started gagging, vomiting. Trying to get your mask on. I put my mask on. It was full of whomever and whatever.
We watched on the screen as the first building tumbled down. And it was almost as if we were forgetful of where we were standing. It was as if we were watching it from somewhere else. It was surreal. Like, I can't even explain surreal. And as we're watching the building go down, our windows go, and it goes pitch black outside. And the only way that I've ever described it was as if somebody had taken black magic marker or black Sharpie and covered all of our windows. You couldn't see.
I thought it was the end of the world. because blackness covered the entire downtown Manhattan.
You could hear the sound of the upper floors, what we call pancaking. And at that moment, I believed that that was the end for me.
And one of the guys says, "Hey, Cap, it's coming down." So I look up, and the top of the South Tower tilted right over us. It appeared to be right over us. Before it went down, as it came down, it started to tilt south. It's where we were now. Like John said, it started to pancake, and it was almost in slow motion. You could almost see it going floor by floor, like poof, poof, poof. And it only took like a fraction of a second to see all this. It takes longer to tell about it. But you could actually see each floor just like slowly pounding. I remember tucking into behind the buttress and put my arm over the guy next to me. Might have been Owen. And I thought a couple things, and it was a split second. I thought, this is going to hurt. And there isn't really time to pray. And I remember my last thing was, so this is how it ends. And that was it.
Even in my best day, I wasn't that fast a runner. And with all the gear on, I wasn't going to outrun the collapse of the building. There was no anticipation of me other than that I was sure I was going to die. I was expecting a big blast of energy. When I'm thinking, in my mind, I'm thinking this building, 110-story building is collapsing in front of us. I said, I'm probably going to get blown to bits by the impact of it coming out. I felt all energy being drawn away from me. We were in some kind of void or in an area where the air was being sucked back in. There wasn't much sensation around you. I had a Scott mask on. You couldn't see anything. You couldn't hear anything. The only process that I had was the thoughts in my head. And I kind of thought that maybe this is it. Maybe I died. I don't know how long it was. It wasn't that long, but for a short period, I was alone because we all got separated. And it was a very uncomfortable feeling. Shortly after that, I heard a familiar voice. I heard somebody calling for an axe for a set of irons. And it was the captain calling Owen. And I know Owen had the irons. And I heard Owen respond. And I said, now I know I'm not alone now. I hear these guys.
We went to the North Bronx, and I remember it was pretty high, the Bronx, height-wise, looking down to the city. And we got there and went to the top of one of the buildings, and one of the towers had already collapsed. I could see the plume. And it looked so odd to me. Like, I know the city, and it just, I couldn't even believe what we were seeing.
Oh my God, you believe this is happening, man? It's down. Yeah? It just went down. The whole tower just went right down. Look at my arms, how much goosebumps are on me, dude. It exploded. It was a gigantic fucking explosion. And now I don't see the other tower. There's only one standing, isn't there? The one on the right's gone.
Our breathing was getting more raspy and more raspy and more raspy. And I remember saying to myself, you know, God, just take care of my family, my friends, and whoever else is out there. Because we were pretty convinced at that point we were going to die. Because we know, especially with our training, that superheated air and a closed area does not hold oxygen very long. It didn't occur to me that we were still alive because I really thought we were dead. And I really resigned myself to the fact that we were going to die and be found standing up, all 30 of us.
And then all of a sudden, I hear people screaming. And then I see smoke. And then I see like a fireball come up a street. And then I'm feeling wind. And when I tell you this wind was like a tornado, people were starting to hold on to I had to literally hold on to a lamppost. And I couldn't see it from where I was. So I wasn't too sure what it was. And I see this man holding on to the lamppost. I had to hold on to it too because I couldn't stand up. It was like strong wind. And then I'm saying to myself, oh my God. And everybody's screaming, run! The smoke started coming. More and more, and I just kept running, and then I'm saying, oh my God, I don't want to die. What is this? And then I just kept saying my prayers. I didn't realize how strong my faith was that day.
And you could see down the side street. We just run. You could start to see the blowback from the collapse going down to my peripheral vision. The side streets, you could start to see go down, and then blackness and soot that you couldn't breathe. Normal smoke, you go up, even if it gets thick, you can breathe it for a while. Couldn't breathe it at all. I was still saying the top of the building fell off. I was like, nah, it's just the top. The top came down, because my last glimpse was it tilting. And I'm thinking, the top 30 floors came off, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And the guys were telling me, this thing goes, no, the whole building came down. The whole building came down. So we're waiting. It was still pitch black outside. And we finally ventured out. It was like snowing outside. It was just white. It was a white haze, and it was eerily quiet. My handy-talkie, I hadn't heard a thing since then. I tried to get on handy-talkie and say 220 to command, 220 to, I changed stations. Nothing.
Everything was gray. The New York City firefighters who were there, whatever people were still around, vehicles, buildings, everything gray. And you had this living color as you were coming in. As you got closer and closer and closer to the scene, everything just turned into this gray, which gave it a very, very surreal appearance.
But now everything I see, there is no more Technicolor. It is gray. Everything is this ashy gray. I'm covered in it. And I walked up another block, and then I met the captain of the PAPD police precinct at World Trade Center. And he's all disheveled. His tie is off. He's got a short sleeve shirt on. He's missing his hat. His hair is all filled with dust, and he looks like a white man now. We came up at each other and we just grabbed each other in a welcoming embrace. Tony, how are you? Vic, are you okay? Yeah, fine. So
we got outside and you couldn't see a thing. Everything was white gray. You couldn't see but maybe 10 feet in front of you. At this point, we had so much garbage in our mouth. We was just trying to wash it out and get it off our faces and away from our eyes. And it just didn't seem like it wanted to come off. It was caked. It was so caked onto us. And it was just like a kid. When you played in mud and it dried on your skin, it just wasn't coming off. I remember her and I just looking at each other and saying, we got to get out of here. So we picked up our bags and we went outside.
Now at this point, there's ash all over. We finally get to triage, and they take us in and they take us to NYU, and they treated us like we were queens.
We were talking about the end of the world. We were talking about, is this in the Bible? It was stuff that you wouldn't think you'd ever talk about in a regular conversation when you meet people. The stuff that's going through our heads is totally different, and it's weird, and it's strange, and it's very uncomfortable, it's scary. But at the same time, we were curious. People were walking like zombies. People didn't know what to do. People didn't know what to say. We were all in a daze. It was like, I can't explain to you, something you'd see in a movie, something that wasn't normal, something that no one understood. We were all confused. It's like we didn't know what to do. But this is what we had to do. We had to keep walking. We wanted to get somewhere, but we couldn't quite get there. This lady came up to me. She goes, you better pray. Like it was the end of the world. It was spooky. It was eerie. I'm saying, oh my God. Then you see people in the street and they're kneeling down and they're literally making the sign of the cross and praying. And I'm going, oh my God. I'm saying to people, I says, you have to get out of here. You have to get out of here. This is what I was telling them.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. The one building is still standing, and it is so hard to describe it. To watch this tower just, go down, and then literally, it was that fast. The windows just, and I don't know if you know that feeling or if you can imagine that. It was like a vacuum seal. And I think what started freaking us out was when we could smell like the soot coming up the elevator shafts. And we're on the 19th floor. But we stayed in the conference room and we watched. We watched. And we watched people on Water Street and Main Lane just literally jump out of their vehicles and run down the street.
I saw
people covered in gray, and they were just walking with a deer in the headlights kind of look in their eyes. They all had cell phones to their ears, and the first thought I had was, don't they know what's going on? Why are they on their phones, not realizing that they were trying to contact their loved ones to tell them they were okay?
It just was the wave of gray, dusted people coming back, and then the crush of people from the city trying to find someone. Most people were walking around with dead cell phones on their ears and talking to no one. And there was a lineup over a block long to get to the payphone, because the payphones, even though there's hardly any left, the payphone still worked. So that's how people were. And I remember actually walking by and someone getting a hold of somebody and hearing that fabulous sound of happy tears. And it affected the 20 people behind them, that they all had hope, where everyone looked like zombies beforehand.
I looked at these buildings on fire, and I watched. What I saw was blue, and I remember telling my friend, I see blue. What had happened is the South Tower number 2, my building where I worked, had collapsed. But it was so incomprehensible. In fact, the entire event was so beyond one's ability to conceive such a thing, that even though the building collapsed, and I saw it collapse, and I saw the blue sky where the building had once stood, I could not process this in my brain. I could only say, I see blue.
Can anybody hear me? I'm a civilian. I'm trapped inside of one of your fire trucks underneath. The collapse that just happened. Stand by, there's people close to you. I can't breathe much longer. Save me. I'm in a can't be a truck.
And as I crawled deeper in, everything started to shake, and I got trapped. Pitch black, stuff came in behind me, and I'm stuck in this hollow. And I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, screaming, no one heard me, nothing, and I really thought I was going to die. I thought, this is it. But I went through that horrible panic, confined space, and I was trained for confined space. I remember I prayed to God, and I wasn't a religious guy or nothing, but I guess that's the time, like, this is kind of it. Please, don't let me suffocate here. Take me quick, and somehow let my kids know that I was doing my best down here. That was like, came to my mind. And just when I said that, this is my life-changing moment while I was there, I had the gift of holding my 3 infant babies in my arms. Like, I actually, like, we're sitting here right now, naked, beautiful, my 3 kids, a boy and 2 girls, and the smell of the baby smell was on them. And that was so unique for me, because there was nothing but the horrible, putrid smell of death at Ground Zero. It was, anyone who you're going to talk to will recall, of all the things, that smell. So now I'm smelling babies and holding them and seeing them. So to me, it was real. And God was with me, and I realized for the first time, he doesn't come from far away. He's inside of us, and you just ask him to be with you, and he's there. And I said, look, I'm ready to go, but if you allow me to stay, I'm making deals now, I promise to dedicate my life to serving you. Whatever that is, that was it, came out of me. Something told me that I had to go further down. I don't know why. It's the opposite reaction of where I should go. And it kind of illuminated, go this way. And I kept crawling down and feeling my way over and under and through. So I eventually made my way south, and I came up under the lobby of the Deutsche Bank building, which is one of the buildings they just took down, across the street. I have no idea how I got there. I came up through the sub-basement and opened the side door, and all the lights of Ground Zero were shining, and I just looked and said, thank you.
We're on 57th and West Side Highway. Let us go down west and get back to you, let you know what's going on. Fort Charlie, the operations post, the command post is going to be set up on West Street. They're moving completely out to West Street. That's correct. I'm in contact with Chief Fian and Commissioner Fian, and that's where we're going to start moving out of a further collapse zone.
Got to the corner,
rundown where I'd seen the debris coming. And when we got there, I think we're still deciding whether or not we should do a search or we should head to the water. A little gray there, but I knew we wanted to get over to the other side of the financial area. And with that, we felt the rumbling again. And that time we kind of just knew that was the North Tower coming down. I think one of the guys mentioned it. That's the North Tower coming down. And we headed down that street that we were on and ducked into another building a little later than this one, and waited for the same thing, blackness, waiting for it to end. And that was just the start of it. It was stuff like that for the next, I don't know how many hours or minutes, I have no idea. It seemed like an eternity. It seemed like running from one place to another. Just debris all over the place, like snow, and quiet. Yeah, that's how the morning went.
We walked to West Street. I guess we got a block down, and you could hear the rumbling. And we ducked into a hotel. And then you could see just a cloud of black again. And people asking, what do we do? I told the one lady, cover your baby up and get on the Staten Island ferry and go west. Get out of the city, don't come back. Leave as soon as you can. From what I understand, it registered as an earthquake somewhere in the United States at 3 something.
We were all in stages of shock, and Owen Carlock then suggested that if the South Tower came down, that the North Tower was going to collapse also. It was a very wise thought. I think we were in 75 West Street when the North Tower collapsed. And we knew what it was. We knew it happened. I was in shock. I was in total shock. It was my worst fear. Happened. It happened, and I was shocked.
We started moving towards where our sector was, and the ground started shaking again. And all of a sudden, it sounded like train, tornado, bomb, all at once. It was just overwhelming. The second tower had just fallen, and we were running for our lives again.
That look, and he's about ready to say something, and as soon as he opens his mouth to start to say anything, there's this tremendous snap. You could hear this pop. It's like somebody took the steel beam and just snapped it in half. And instinctively, I don't know what it was, but it's instinctive. He ran west towards the river, and I ran north up West Street. You know, I was 67 years old at that time. I could run, but I'm not very quick anymore, you know? And so as you start to run, you begin to feel heat, wind, and debris, and almost instantly you're covered in this cloud. So as that cloud begins to cover you, you put my jacket up over my head, my radio hand, I'm holding the jacket up, and I'm trying to keep it tight around me, in some ways trying to use it as a filter, because this cloud that we're looking into is not one of those clouds that you fly through. But I'm still getting blown. But I'm not being pushed with this tremendous downbeat, because those winds probably are up to around 120 miles an hour or more. I know stories of people that I've talked with that say they were picked up and blown across West Street and thrown into a portion of the World Financial Center. Well, when they saw the second tower collapse, my daughter knew right away that I was dead. Because that's who Daddy is. He's staying there to get his job done.
And I was about 30 yards, maybe less, from the building. Did I hear the building start to crack? And I looked up, and I saw it. I saw it starting to come down. And I started to run. And I said, I can't outrun this thing. You know, I'm thinking in my mind, of course, I can't outrun this thing. And I dump on myself jump underneath the fire truck that was there. I had no anticipation that I would survive. I had no thoughts that the building falls down on that fire truck. I'm not surviving. There's no possibility. I'm going to get crushed anyway, you know. So of course it didn't surprise me when I was unconscious. And then it came to. At first, I thought I was dead. It was a very spiritual experience. Rather beautiful. It was just light. Clear, bright, white.
When the building collapsed, my husband collapsed on his job because he knew my routine. He knew that there was no way that was the building, the timing that I would be alive.
And I just kept thinking that I'm gonna die alone with not my family not around me. That was probably the worst, to think that I couldn't even say goodbye to anybody, or where am I gonna go? What's gonna happen to me? It was an awful feeling.
Everyone's like screaming when the second tower starts coming down, and we're at the conference room and the second tower starts coming down, and all of a sudden that's when like everyone starts crying, I want to get out of here, I have to go home, I have to call my parents, nobody knows where I am, I just need to go. And that's when it was like, okay, everybody, there isn't anything we can do except for think about moving forward, and this is what we're going to do.
Coincidence, whatever, but it was, again, it couldn't have been more than a minute that I had been home and like looking at this. It was 10:28 on my cable box, and that's when one came down. And when it was about halfway down is when everything kind of dawned on me, and I kind of like went, wait a minute, where's Tower 2? And then, one crumbled, and that's when I completely lost it, because the only thing that I could conceive of was that I ran away and everybody I know is dead.
I noticed on the TV that the towers had collapsed. And that was the first time I knew that the second tower was hit and that they collapsed. And at that moment, I figured there were at least 10,000 people who were dead. At least 10,000 people, probably more.
And the only thing everybody did basically was look at the TV and watch the towers come down. And that was, I think, the worst thing. I didn't even know they fell.
It really shook my confidence was the fact that I didn't think the building was collapsing. I really didn't give any thought to the building collapsing. I know there was staff that knew the building was going to collapse, that they realized that this can only survive so long before it collapsed, and we're fighting time here. We were such a lucky window to be where we were when that happened, when the South Tower collapsed. And the South Tower collapsed first, even though it was hit second, because it was hit lower. So there was more weight above it than the North Tower. The North Tower was hit higher. Most of the survivors from the South Tower had self-evacuated because they saw the North Tower get hit, and they were there for the 93 bombing, so they knew to get the heck out. The people in the North Tower that survived were below the impact point, so they got out. The firemen in the South Tower did not survive because theirs collapsed right away.
I'm not an engineer, but I've seen enough of the reports and stuff. And it's not minutes. I mean, you're talking a long time that the buildings withstood two fully laden aircraft filled with jet fuel. What we described it was like a blowtorch effect. You had elevator shafts going up 110 stories with fuel dropping down, and so you have basically a blast furnace going on. The impact of the aircraft, that's like a bomb going off, the jet fuel burning at ridiculous temperatures, and we saw the steel down there. I mean, it was warped and bent, and
I looked to the left, and the skyline was all smoke and dust, and it was a black smoke I've never seen before. I looked to the right, and there was the Statue of Liberty, and for some reason that comforted me. That was the last thing I remember.
As I was driving north on the Jersey Turnpike, I grabbed my camera and I was videotaping the skyline, because the first thing that hit me was that the towers weren't there. Since I was a kid and driving up North Jersey with my parents to visit relatives, the Twin Towers were always there. And all of a sudden they're gone, just gone. When I first saw the destruction, I couldn't believe it. It was just blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks of girders and steel and concrete, pulverized glass. There were fires everywhere, poking up through the steel. The smoke was so thick with not only toxic smoke but glass particulate, and it would actually shine as it was floating by. And at that point, we didn't have masks.
The devastation was just, it's not something you expect to see in your hometown, let alone this country.
I did come in on that gray, and that was the predominant thing for me. It was featureless, it was lifeless, it was hollow. It was like a post-apocalyptic movie.
At the World Trade Center, there was nothing. Everything was pulverized. There was pieces of steel. There was pulverized white stuff that was gooey. And the way you found stuff is you picked your hands through it and you smelled it to see if it smelled like rotten meat. And if it did, you'd put it in a red bag and you'd send it to get checked, to get DNA checked, to see if it was somebody or not. And where I wasn't pulling out legs or anything like that. I was picking out parts of goo that was surrounded with like white chalk. There was nothing there. There was no telephones, which always survive. There's no desks. There's no glass. Everything was pulverized. It was strange. It's hard to explain to people what it actually looked like. And there was just piles of it, mounds of it, and acres of it, and depth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm not fall asleep again.
What if
every purchase was an investment in your business. With a Capital One business card, you'll earn unlimited rewards and get access to powerful tools and capabilities so you can handle whatever's on your plate. Apply today.
I mean, it was like a cruise missile with wings, went right there and slammed right into the Pentagon. Huge explosion, a great ball of fire, smoke started billowing out.
Shortly after September 11th, as what usually happens, many conspiracy theories began to emerge as to what really happened on September 11th of 2001. And because many of these theories were not grounded with any evidence, we didn't really pay too much attention to them. However, in February of 2002, my attention was drawn to the following website, entitled Hunt the Boeing, Test Your Perceptions. Now, the original website was completely in French and was released by the French and drew some very serious questions as to what had really happened at the Pentagon. I mean, after all, we had all seen the big hole that was created by the 757 that had slammed into the Pentagon at 9:43 on September 11th. But some of the photographs that were shown on this website raised very serious questions as to whether or not that's exactly what had happened. Some of these photographs showed a smaller hole, and in some cases showed that there was no way that a 757 could have created this damage. So we began our own investigation, and that started by taking a look at some of the magazines that we all saw at the supermarket checkout stands shortly after the events of September 11th. As I began pouring through the photographs, I had one goal in mind, and that was to prove the French wrong with their website, Hunt the Boeing. After all, there must have been some photographic evidence that showed that a 757 had hit the Pentagon. But as we went through all these photographs, we could find no pictures whatsoever showing a tail, a nose, a fuselage, wings, engine, wheels, luggage, seats, nothing. There were no photographs showing any recognizable wreckage from a 757. Furthermore, when you look at the size of the hole at the Pentagon, it was approximately 65 feet across, and the height of the Pentagon is approximately 73 feet. From wingtip to wingtip, a 757 is 124 feet 10 inches. From nose to tail, a 757 is 155 feet and 3 inches in length, and the height is 44 feet and 6 inches. However, when you look at the hole at the Pentagon, you'll find that it's only approximately 65 feet across. How does a plane of those dimensions fit into a hole only 65 feet across? Upon further inspection, we found that the damage at the Pentagon was completely and totally inconsistent with the damage of the planes that had hit the World Trade Center. I mean, after all, the planes that hit the Trade Center created a fire so intense that it fatigued the steel and collapsed the buildings, or so that's what we were told. And yet, when you look at the left side of the Pentagon, you'll note that there is very little, if any, smoke damage or heat damage at all. On the third floor, it's very plain to see a file cabinet with a computer monitor. Neither of them are damaged. On the second floor, you can see a wooden desk. It hasn't burned. And on the first floor, a very curious sight indeed, a wooden stool with a book that is laying and open. The pages aren't even singed. Now, each of the planes involved in the September 11th attacks had embarked upon transcontinental flights, which means that they had a majority of their fuel left over when they hit their respective targets. That means that approximately 8,600 remaining gallons of fuel would have been ignited on the 757 that had hit the Pentagon. Again, we look at the photograph and ask ourselves, is the smoke and heat damage consistent with that amount of fuel being ignited? Ms. Therese Sagnier, a certified environmental specialist and a member of the Environmental Assessors Association, sent us the following letter after a brief conversation we had on the telephone. She had said to us that the amount of fuel that would have been left in the aircraft that had hit the Pentagon would basically have reduced that section of the Pentagon to rubble and would have burned for days. And that 8,600 gallons of fuel had a BTU rate of 86 million. She also stated that looking at the total weight of this aircraft in conjunction with its velocity, the Pentagon should have been reduced to the thickness of a pancake. Also, the fuel spill of 8,600 gallons would have posed a very large soil removal and disposal project, since the contaminated soil would be considered hazardous waste under Title 40 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Another interesting question that is raised is in the photographs of the collapsed area of the Pentagon. If you'll note the upper floor and roof area, it appears that that area simply collapsed and does not show any impact damage from a tail section that was over 43 feet in height. How could a 757 slam into the Pentagon and not have an impact area where the tail section would have hit the upper floors? Shortly after these questions were raised and the topic was open for discussion on our radio show, The Power Hour, these 5 frames were released from a security camera at the Pentagon. The only problem is that the release of these 5 photographs seemed to raise more questions than they answered. First of all, why was the date incorrect in the lower left corner of the screen? Second of all, they really didn't show that there was a 757 that had hit the Pentagon. And thirdly, many people asked, is this the only security camera that was on at the Pentagon? The Pentagon. This is the nerve center for the United States military, supposedly the most secure building in the country. And this is the only video footage that was available of the most heinous attack ever recorded at the Pentagon? Where were all the other security cameras aimed? What about the security cameras that were on in the hallways of the Pentagon? Every inch of the Pentagon is under video surveillance. Where are those video cameras? We also had a report about a gas station whose video camera was pointed in the exact direction where the 757 would have hit the Pentagon. Shortly after the event, it was reported that federal officials showed up at that gas station and confiscated that footage. In addition to all the magazines that hit the newsstands and the supermarket checkouts, there was a flurry of book releases that hit the local bookstores and, in some cases, the book section of your local grocery store. One book is America Attacked, which was released by University Press of California, and it was edited by Sarah Jess, Gabriel Beck, and R. Joseph. In reference to the attack on the Pentagon, on page 194 it states, "The jet had plowed a crater 100 feet wide that ripped away the walls of all 5 stories of the building, collapsing the outermost rings which encircle the Pentagon." In this picture, we ask, do you see a crater 100 feet wide or 50 feet wide? How about in this picture or this picture? It doesn't appear that there was any crater at all. They went on to say that it had ripped away the walls of the 5 stories of the building, collapsing the outermost rings, which encircle the Pentagon. Now, there should be no question that the outer rings of the Pentagon have indeed collapsed. We've seen pictures from one angle, from another angle, and America has seen these pictures. We all assumed that that was the damage that was caused by the 757 hitting the Pentagon. But shortly after the release of the article From Deception to Revelation, we were sent some photographs that were taken apparently right after the event and before the outer walls had collapsed. When examining these photographs, we can clearly see that the area in question had not yet collapsed. In fact, there is very little evidence of a hole big enough to accommodate a 757. The hole that we do see is approximately 14 to 16 feet across. Question: how does a 757 fit into a 16-foot hole and leave no damage or wreckage on the outside of the Pentagon? These are questions that deserve serious scrutiny. Let's take a look at some of the photographs that were taken before the outer wall of the Pentagon collapsed. In this first photograph, we can see the firefighters pulling the hoses away from the fire truck. In the foreground, we can see wire spools that were left on the front lawn of the Pentagon. After all, this section of the Pentagon was under renovation. We'll use these wire spools as reference points. Also, to the right of those wire spools and on the face of the Pentagon, we can see that some concrete facing has broken away. We'll also use this as a reference point as we examine these photographs. Now, to the left of that area where the facing has broken off, we can clearly see that the Pentagon has not yet collapsed. There are some flaming areas, and that area appears to be the only section where there is a hole approximately 14 to 16 feet. Question: how does a 757 fit into a 16-foot hole and leave no wreckage on the front of the building? We can also see that the roof of the building does show fatigue, but has not yet collapsed. In this photograph, an astonished onlooker sees exactly what we're seeing. The Pentagon had not yet collapsed. And again, there is no sign of any wreckage whatsoever. No tail, no fuselage, no wings, no wheels, no engines, no seats, no luggage, nothing on the outside of the Pentagon. Pentagon roofline is clearly visible, and again, it is under fatigue, but it had not yet collapsed. As we examine this next photograph, let's take a good close look at the lower left corner. You'll see engine 331 from the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, and we contacted the fire chief from this engine company. Chief Plower agreed to come on our radio show along with two of his firefighters, but 1 hour before airtime, they canceled. We were told that the two firefighters had been placed on indefinite leave. When we look at this photograph, we can see that the fire retardant foam is being sprayed on the front of the Pentagon, and again, the area in question had not yet collapsed. And you can see, right in the center of the photograph, a big area where some of the concrete facing has broken away, and it appears that this is the only major hole in the front of the Pentagon. Again, is this hole big enough to accommodate a 757? And where is the wreckage? In this photograph, we again see engine 331 and fire retardant foam being sprayed on the front of the Pentagon. Note clearly, in the center of the photograph, we see the upper floors of the Pentagon, again, yet to collapse. But also notice that there does not appear to be any damage to these upper floors. Question: if the height of the Boeing 757 was 44 feet 6 inches, there should have been some point of impact in these upper floors, and yet when we look at these pictures, there doesn't appear to be any impact whatsoever in the area where the tail should have hit. And again, there is no wreckage visible on the front of the lawn. Now, while these photographs were being taken, videographers from several different networks were on the scene to capture the firefighters in action as they battled the blazes at the front of the Pentagon.
Jim Angle is joining us now from Washington. Jim, what can you tell us about that fire outside the Pentagon? Jim Angle, are you with us?
I can tell you first that the roads around the White House, the streets around the White House, were blocked seconds ago. Members of the Uniform Division of the Secret Service ran out to intersections and started diverting traffic. There are emergency vehicles on almost every block around the White House. The road south of the White House has also been blocked. And as you know, the White House is being evacuated. Federal employees are standing on the street corners in and around the White House, having left the building for fear of another attack. As you come into Washington from Virginia, about 2 miles from the Pentagon, you can see the smoke billowing up from the building. Huge clouds of smoke. So much so that commuters coming into town have pulled over to the side of a busy freeway, what is ordinarily a busy freeway, and are sitting, watching in amazement as the symbol of the United States Defense Establishment goes up in smoke. So there is an amazement all over Washington. People are not sure what to think. You've got a lot of federal employees standing around in this area watching as the streets are blocked off and emergency vehicles rush to and fro. We're not sure what they are up to, but clearly there is concern about the safety of the White House and the surrounding buildings. John.
Jim, do you know anything about what kind of plane?
Be advised, there's floor collapse, structural integrity is compromised. I'll give you a report when we go on the interior. We have structural collapse and
Question: what could have caused this type of damage? What could have caused a 14 to 16 foot hole and pierced 3 of the rings of the Pentagon? Keep in mind that each ring of the Pentagon has an outer and inner wall, each wall approximately 18 inches thick of steel reinforced concrete. That means that each ring consisted of 36 inches or 3 feet of steel reinforced concrete for a total of approximately 9 feet of steel reinforced concrete. Question: could a 757 have pierced 9 feet of steel reinforced concrete and left a 14 to 16 foot hole and no wreckage? If not, what could have created that type of damage? On our radio program, The Power Hour, we have a lot of veterans and military experts that listen in, and many have called up and agreed that it could not have been a 757 that created that damage, but in fact had to be something else altogether. What could have caused that damage? Some call it a bunker buster or a missile. Now, as this controversy percolated through the year 2002, in January of 2003, the entire issue was resurrected when the American Society of Civil Engineers released a report entitled The Pentagon Building Performance Report. The announcement was made on CNN, and they showed an animated video that illustrated how the 757 slammed into the Pentagon and took out 50 support columns. Let's take another look at this computer-generated animation from the American Society of Civil Engineers at Purdue. And as we look at this plane, ask yourself this question: what significant information was overlooked in this computer graphic model from the American Society of Civil Engineers? Well, first of all, the 18.5-inch steel reinforced concrete exterior wall of the Pentagon was omitted. Second of all, you'll note that when the tail section enters the Pentagon, it remains intact. How is it possible that the tail section, over 40 feet in height, would have remained intact as it entered the Pentagon and left no entry point, as is seen in this photograph? Thirdly, and probably the most significant omission of all, is that the engines are missing in this computer graphic model. Despite these omissions, the American Society of Civil Engineers claimed that the plane took out 50 support columns as it entered the Pentagon. When we again look at these photographs, I ask, do you see support columns that have been destroyed? Which support columns were destroyed? How could it possibly be that the American Society of Civil Engineers could release such a report when the photographs clearly show that the entire report is in question? Now let's look at a computer-generated animation that was broadcast on the National Geographic television program Seconds from Disaster, in which they dealt with the attack on the Pentagon on September 11th. In this computer-generated animation, they show that the wings broke off before the plane entered the first ring. Question: if the plane's wings broke off, then why didn't we see any wing parts in the photographs that we examined earlier? Furthermore, in this computer-generated animation, it clearly shows the plane almost completely disintegrating as it passes through the first ring. Question: how could it have continued along its path and pierced another 7.5 feet of steel-reinforced concrete, piercing the second and third rings of the Pentagon, and leave this hole? You can't have it both ways.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fooled me, we can't get fooled again.